The kiss that changed everything. Morning after the kiss. Charlotte's POV. I woke to a silence that felt both heavy and liberating. A silence that whispered of secrets and new beginnings. As the pale morning light crept through the gaps in my curtains, I lay still, cocooned under the soft weight of my blankets. My mind raced with memories of last night. A single kiss that shattered the boundaries I had built around my heart. It wasn't just a kiss. It was an awakening, a surge of emotion so intense I could hardly breathe. In that moment, every heartbeat reminded me that nothing would ever be the same. I replayed the kiss in my mind like a vivid film. Archer's lips, firm yet tender, had met mine with a passion that both startled and captivated me. I remembered the way his hand had gripped my waist, the gentle pressure that seemed to declare possession without uttering a word. In that instant, I felt a rush of emotions, a mix of elation, terror, and an unexpected liberation. It was as if all the fears I'd carried for years had been washed away by the intensity of that embrace, leaving behind a raw, unguarded truth. I was both terrified and exhilarated by the thought that I might actually want more, that I could allow myself to feel this deeply despite the risk. But now, as I lay awake in the quiet aftermath, a storm of questions churned in my mind. Was this the beginning of something transformative or just a fleeting moment of vulnerability? The memory of Archer's kiss was imprinted on my skin, a burning mark that I could not erase. It was as though his touch had unlocked a part of me that I had long kept locked away, hidden from the world for fear of pain. I had spent so many years guarding my heart, convinced that staying safe meant never taking a risk. Yet that kiss had forced me to confront a truth. I craved the intensity of connection, even if it meant opening myself up to inevitable hurt. The liberation I felt was terrifying in its intensity. I was free in a way I had never experienced before. Free. To love, to hope, to dream. And yet, that freedom came with a heavy cost. I felt raw, exposed, and deeply uncertain of what to do next. My thoughts spiraled between the joy of being truly seen and the dread of the vulnerability that such exposure brought. Each memory of the kiss was like a spark igniting wild emotions inside me, leaving me breathless and trembling. I wondered if I was ready to abandon the carefully constructed walls around my heart, walls that had kept me safe for so long, even if they had also kept me lonely. In the quiet of that early morning, my mind became a battleground where desire and fear clashed. I recalled the way Archer had looked at me when our lips met, a look that seemed to say he was both desperate and regretful, his eyes a mix of longing and remorse. I couldn't decide if that glance was a promise of something more or a warning of inevitable heartache. The intensity of his gaze haunted me, both a balm and a brand. It was a moment of pure, unfiltered passion that left me questioning everything I thought I knew about love and loyalty. As the minutes slowly ticked by, I finally rose from my bed, my body still trembling from the aftershocks of that fateful kiss. In the mirror, I saw a young woman transformed, not entirely broken by the events of last night, but irrevocably changed. My eyes, usually guarded and cautious, now shone with a mix of wonder and uncertainty. I traced my fingertips along my lips, as if trying to recapture the warmth of his touch, a touch that still lingered like a ghost on my skin. I found solace in the small rituals of the morning, the sound of the coffee machine humming in the kitchen, the gentle clink of my mug against the table, and even the familiar creak of the old floorboards. Each mundane detail served as an anchor, pulling me back from the dizzying heights of my emotional revelations. Yet, even as I immersed myself in these routine comforts, the memory of that kiss refused to fade. It echoed in every corner of my mind, a constant reminder that I had taken a leap that might lead to the most profound love I'd ever known or plunge me into depths of despair. I stepped outside briefly, inhaling the crisp morning air, trying to let the coldness ground me. In that moment, I realized that I was standing at the threshold of a new chapter, a chapter that demanded courage, even in the face of overwhelming vulnerability. I didn't know what the future held, but I knew one thing. The kiss had changed everything. And as I walked back inside, a quiet resolve began to form within me. I would face whatever came next, heart open and unafraid, even if it meant risking the very thing I cherished most. Segment 2. Self-doubt and reflection. In the quiet moments that followed that life-changing kiss, my mind became a labyrinth of conflicting emotions. I wandered through my memories of that electric touch, struggling to reconcile the fleeting passion with the uncertainty that now gnawed at my soul. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the way Archer's lips met mine, hesitant, yet hungry, as if the kiss were both a promise and a warning. But did he truly feel it? Or was I simply reading too much into a moment that might have been nothing? More than mutual confusion, I found myself replaying that kiss over and over in my mind, dissecting every nuance. There was a moment, a split second, when his eyes seemed to flicker with something deep, something raw. I wanted desperately to believe that it was love, or at least the spark of something more. Yet, as quickly as that spark ignited, doubts began to creep in. I questioned if the kiss was really mutual, or if I had been caught up in a whirlwind of desire and my own desperate need to feel seen. I wondered, was it just my longing that had painted it with the hues of romance? Could it be that Archer was simply as lost as I was, grasping at a moment of weakness, with no real intention behind it? In the solitude of my room, the memories became a battleground of hope and fear. I recalled the way his hand had rested on my waist, a touch that had both comforted and unnerved me. It was a touch that seemed to say, "I want you," yet beneath it lay an undercurrent of hesitation, a pause that made me question whether he'd really meant it. Every gentle caress, every lingering gaze, now transformed into a puzzle piece, in a picture I couldn't fully see. I wasn't sure if I had imagined the mutual desire that I so desperately craved, or if it was a shared secret that Archer had chosen to hide behind his own uncertainties. I began to wonder if my mind was tricking me into overanalyzing a simple moment. After all, my heart had always longed for a connection that transcended the ordinary, and perhaps I was projecting my own desperate need for intimacy onto Archer. Yet, even as I tried to dismiss these thoughts, they clung to me, persistent and insistent. I felt exposed, vulnerable to the possibility that I was alone in my yearning, while he might have felt nothing at all, or worse, that his intentions were muddled by circumstances beyond our control. Sitting by my window, watching the light shift, as the morning turned into a haze of self-doubt, I questioned the nature of desire itself. What if my idealized version of love was nothing more than a comforting illusion? I remembered the moment his eyes had met mine during the kiss, a look that flickered with something I couldn't quite define. Could that have been regret? Or was it the glimmer of something genuine that now seemed to slip away with every thought I entertained? The ambiguity was maddening. I wanted a clear answer, a sign that his feelings matched mine. But all I found was an echo of uncertainty, Sometimes, in the depths of my introspection, I could almost hear my heart whispering that I was being foolish, allowing myself to be swept away by a moment that might not even be real. Yet another part of me clung stubbornly to hope, to the belief that there was more to that kiss than just physical desire. I recalled the softness in his tone afterward, the way he seemed to hesitate, as though he too was questioning whether he had crossed an invisible line. In that hesitation, I sensed a hint of vulnerability, a reminder that he was not impervious to the storm of emotions that now raged within me. The more I reflected, the more I realized that this internal turmoil was a double-edged sword. It was both the source of my strength and my greatest weakness. My heart was capable of great love, yet it was equally capable of immense self-doubt. Each memory of that kiss was a bittersweet reminder of what I craved and what I feared most. Intimacy that could either mend my loneliness or shatter my already fragile sense of self. I began to ask myself whether it was better to keep my guard up, ensuring I never got hurt again, or to surrender to the possibility that vulnerability might bring healing. Could I risk exposing the parts of me that had long been hidden, even if it meant facing potential heartache? I wanted to believe that Archer's kiss was the beginning of something profound, a spark that could ignite a fire of mutual understanding and tenderness. But as the morning light shifted, so did my confidence, leaving me uncertain and questioning the true nature of our connection. In that quiet moment, as I sat alone with my thoughts, I made a silent promise to myself. I would search for the truth in every glance and every touch, no matter how painful the revelation might be. I would learn to navigate the labyrinth of desire and doubt, even if it meant risking everything I had built to protect my heart. The kiss had changed everything, and now I had to find the courage to face the truth, however uncertain it might be. Segment 3. Packing up and leaving home. Charlotte sat cross-legged on the cool wooden floor of her room, surrounded by scattered clothes and half-packed bags. The early morning light filtered softly through the curtains, casting long, uncertain shadows across the space that had once felt so safe. Today was the day she had to leave, pack up her things and step out into the world once again. But now, with a heavy heart and a mind crowded with doubts, her fingers trembled as she folded a worn, oversized sweatshirt into a neat pile. It was the one she'd worn on countless days, a constant reminder of who she used to be before everything became tangled up in love and heartbreak. The fabric, softened by years of use, felt like a quiet echo of the past, a past that, in retrospect, seemed filled with innocent dreams and naive hope. Now, as she packed, each item she touched stirred a memory, a question, a whisper of regret. Had she been too naive? Had she allowed herself to believe in something that was nothing more than a fleeting illusion? She hesitated over a photograph, taped to the inside of her closet door. A picture of her, smiling brightly at a family Thanksgiving years ago. The memory was bittersweet. The warmth of that day contrasted sharply with the cold uncertainty that now gnawed at her. Charlotte's mind raced as she remembered every word, every glance exchanged with Archer, and the overwhelming hope that had surged within her when their kiss had seemed to promise something deeper. But now, as she packed, a quiet voice in her head whispered that perhaps she'd been chasing shadows all along. With deliberate care, she sorted through a collection of books and journals, items that had once been her sanctuary. Each page was a record of dreams and reflections, inked with the earnest hopes of a younger girl who believed love could conquer all. Now, the pages seemed to taunt her with their optimism, making her wonder if she had been foolish to invest so much of her heart in a moment that might have been nothing more than a spark of loneliness. The thought made her stomach twist with the sharp pain of regret. She paused at her dresser, where a neatly folded stack of letters lay waiting. These letters, notes from friends, fragments of advice, and confessions of love, had sustained her during moments of uncertainty. They were reminders that she was loved, but also painful evidence of how much she had yearned for something real with Archer. A single letter caught her eye, its faded handwriting a ghostly echo of a past promise. With trembling hands, she held it close, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as she wondered whether her trust had been misplaced. Had she allowed herself to be naive? Or was it simply that her heart was too tender to ever be hardened by betrayal? The Nadia room felt charged with memories and emotions as she methodically packed her belongings into a sturdy duffel bag. Every item she carefully tucked away was imbued with a story, a silent witness to her journey. In the quiet solitude, Charlotte's thoughts grew louder, filling the space between each folded shirt and carefully rolled pair of jeans. The internal battle raged within her, a struggle between clinging to the past with all its painful lessons and daring to step forward into a future that might, just might, offer a chance for renewal. Her fingers brushed over a delicate bracelet on her dresser, the one her mother had given her on her 16th birthday. It was simple, a tiny silver charm that symbolized resilience and the promise of growth. In that small trinket, Charlotte found a spark of clarity. Perhaps she had been naive, allowing herself to be swept away by a single tumultuous moment. Yet, perhaps this naivete was not a flaw, but a sign of her capacity for hope. The very vulnerability that made her susceptible to heartbreak was also what made her capable of profound love. As she zipped up her bag, she caught a final glimpse of herself in the mirror, a girl on the brink of transformation, her eyes reflecting a mixture of sorrow and determination. The mirror did not lie. It revealed the delicate interplay of strength and fragility that defined her. She realized that leaving home was not just about physically moving on. It was about shedding old layers of self-doubt and emerging stronger, more resolute in her ability to love and to protect her heart. The sound of her suitcase rolling against the hardwood floor was a steady metronome marking the passage of time, each roll a reminder that life was moving forward regardless of her inner turmoil. Standing up, Charlotte took a deep breath, drawing in the cool, crisp air of a new beginning. Her heart, though heavy with regret and uncertainty, also pulsed with the faint promise of hope. The pain of being naive and vulnerable was real, but so was the potential for growth. In that quiet, solitary moment, she resolved that she would no longer allow her past mistakes to dictate her future. Instead, she would embrace the lessons learned, let them fortify her, and move forward with cautious optimism. As she stepped out of her room, bag in hand, the soft murmur of the house in the early morning seemed to whisper encouragement. The familiar creaks of the floorboards, the distant sound of a clock ticking, and even the gentle hum of the refrigerator. All of these small details merged into a symphony of normalcy, grounding her in the present. It was in these ordinary moments that Charlotte found the strength to face her future. She may have been naive once, but now, as she walked toward the door, she carried with her the wisdom of hard-won experience and the unyielding determination to protect her heart, no matter what lay ahead. Segment 4. Family Reunion and Acceptance. The early afternoon light spilled through the window as Charlotte stepped into the familiar embrace of home. Every step across the worn wooden floor evoked memories of childhood, of laughter echoing in sunlit halls and warm meals shared around the family table. Yet today, the weight of last night's tumult clung to her like a fragile secret, making her every breath bittersweet. Despite the storm raging within her, the comfort of home offered a sanctuary where even the deepest wounds could begin to heal. Her mother's gentle voice floated from the kitchen, a melody of unconditional love. "Charlotte, sweetheart, you're here." The sound tugged at Charlotte's heart, stirring emotions she had tried so hard to bury under layers of regret and self-doubt. As she moved toward the kitchen, the aroma of freshly baked bread and simmering soup enveloped her, an olfactory embrace that reassured her that here, at least, she was safe. The familiar scents mingled with the quiet hum of conversation and the clink of dishes, forming a symphony of normalcy that contrasted starkly with the chaos of the previous night. In the dining room, her family gathered around a large, time-worn table, a relic of many past Thanksgiving celebrations. Her father's warm, steady gaze met hers as soon as she entered. His eyes, full of quiet pride and gentle concern, spoke volumes without uttering a word. "Welcome home, Charlotte," he said, extending a hand that was both a greeting and an anchor in the storm of her emotions. His embrace was strong yet tender, a reminder that no matter how far her heart wandered, she always belonged here. Charlotte's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she took her seat among her family. The table was adorned with simple, hearty dishes, turkey, mashed potatoes, and a medley of vegetables, all prepared with care and the unmistakable warmth that only a family's love can infuse into food. Each bite was laden with memories, of laughter around the table, of shared stories that wove the fabric of their lives together, and of times when, no matter the pain, home was the only place that could mend a broken spirit. Her mother sat beside her hand warm on Charlotte's arm, silently conveying a promise of understanding. "I know you've had a rough night, darling," her mother whispered, her tone both soothing and encouraging. "But you're here now, and you're safe. We all love you so much." Those words, simple yet profound, reached deep into Charlotte's core, softening the jagged edges of her turmoil. It was as if her mother's voice was a balm, slowly easing the rawness of her heart. The room was filled with the chatter of siblings, the soft murmur of a television playing in the background, and the occasional laughter that erupted from shared jokes. Despite the underlying melancholy that still lingered from the dramatic events of the previous night, the family's presence created an environment of acceptance, a space where vulnerabilities were met with empathy, not judgment. Charlotte felt the bittersweet pull of nostalgia, as if the familiar surroundings were both a refuge and a reminder of how much she had changed. Every laugh, every loving glance from her family echoed the certainty that she was not alone, even when her heart felt as if it might shatter. During a lull in conversation, Charlotte's father reached across the table and squeezed her hand gently. "You know," he began, his voice steady and reassuring, "sometimes the most painful nights lead to the most beautiful dawns. You're stronger than you think, and this family will always be here to help you find your way." His words, like the soft glow of a candle in the dark, kindled a small spark of hope within her, a glimmer that whispered, "It will get better." In that moment, Charlotte allowed herself to reflect on all that had led her to this point. The dramatic confrontation with Archer, the painful kiss that both promised and shattered, the harsh words and even harsher silences. All of it had left her feeling vulnerable and raw, Yet sitting at this table, surrounded by the people who had loved her since she was a child, she began to see that these trials were merely chapters in her story. They did not define her. They only shaped her into someone capable of profound love and resilience. As the afternoon progressed, she found solace in the routine of the home day. The rhythmic clatter of dishes, the soft hum of family chatter, and even the occasional teasing banter among siblings reminded her of a simpler time, of a time when hope was easy and dreams were not yet tarnished by the complexities of adult life. It was in these moments that Charlotte realized the true meaning of acceptance. Accepting the past, with all its wounds and regrets, while also embracing the possibility of a future where she could rebuild her trust in love, no matter how fragile it seemed. When the time came to leave, as the golden light began to fade into the calm of dusk, Charlotte felt a renewed sense of determination. The family reunion had not erased the pain of the previous night, but it had imbued her with a quiet strength, a reminder that she was loved unconditionally. With every step she took out the door, the bittersweet mix of emotions swirled inside her. The comfort of home mingled with the heavy uncertainty of what lay ahead. Yet in that blend of warmth and melancholy, Charlotte discovered a resolve to face the future. She knew that while the road to healing might be long and fraught with challenges, the love of her family would always be the light guiding her through the darkest nights. Segment 5. The Silent Goodbye with Archer. Charlotte sat in the back seat of the truck as it slowly pulled away from the familiar curb. The autumn dusk cast long shadows over the quiet road, and every passing moment seemed to echo with a painful silence. Her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, were fixed on the fading silhouette of the house that had sheltered her through a whirlwind of emotions. She knew it was time to leave, yet the thought of saying goodbye to Archer, of facing his cold distance one more time, filled her with a deep, aching resignation. Archer sat in the front, his expression as unreadable as the dark sky outside. His eyes remained fixed on the road ahead, avoiding any direct glance in her direction. For a long while, not a word was spoken. The silence in the truck was heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the engine and the occasional rustle of fabric as Charlotte shifted uncomfortably in her seat. Every minute stretched out, laden with the unspoken weight of his distant demeanor. It was as if the man who had once sparked so much passion within her had now become a stranger cloaked in indifference. She recalled the earlier moments, the hesitant glances, the warmth of his touch that once promised connection, and then the gradual withdrawal into that impenetrable silence. Now, as the truck rumbled through the dimly lit streets, she felt the chill of his distance seep into her bones. Her heart pounded with a mixture of sorrow and a quiet acceptance. There was no dramatic confrontation, no loud words or desperate please, only the stark, unbearable reality of goodbye. Archer, she began softly, almost afraid to disturb the stillness, her voice barely audible above the gentle purr of the engine, but no response came. His silence was a living, breathing entity between them, each passing second reinforcing her sense of abandonment. Charlotte's thoughts turned inward, replaying every moment of the night before, every word that had been spoken and the painful ones left unsaid. She wondered if he had ever felt the same rush of emotion during their last encounter, or if he now regarded it as nothing more than a fleeting lapse, a mistake. The truck continued its steady journey as Charlotte's mind spiraled with conflicting memories. She recalled the warmth of his embrace, the way his eyes had softened when they had met hers, and the way his fingers had traced patterns along her skin. Those moments, now tainted by the bitter taste of his recent coldness, seemed like relics from another life, a life where hope still flickered between them. But that hope was now smothered under the weight of his withdrawal, leaving her with a profound sense of loss. Outside, the urban landscape blurred into a tapestry of neon lights and dark silhouettes, each one a reminder of the life that awaited her. Life without him. She tried to steady her breathing, drawing deep, shaky breaths as she fought the urge to cry aloud. The interior of the truck, dimly lit by the dashboard's soft glow, felt both suffocating and strangely isolating. It was as if every inch of the confined space amplified the distance between their hearts. Her eyes drifted to the window, watching the fleeting scenes of the city pass by. Every flash of light outside was a stark contrast to the void she felt inside. With each mile that separated her from the home she had known, she realized that this silent farewell was not just a departure from a physical place, but a symbolic severing of the last fragile ties to a relationship that once promised so much. In the solitude of that quiet ride, Charlotte began to reconcile with her own vulnerability, a bittersweet understanding that sometimes even the most intense connections can fade into silence. As the truck approached her destination, the tension in the air thickened. Charlotte's hands gripped the fabric of her jeans as she prepared herself for the final act of goodbye. Her heart was heavy with regret, but also with a strange, emerging resolve, a determination to protect herself from the further pain of unreciprocated affection. She knew deep down that Archer's silence was a signal, a message that things would never be as they once were. And though her spirit ached, she resolved to accept that truth. Finally, the truck came to a halt outside a modest building, its windows glowing softly in the twilight. The engine's hum died away, leaving behind a vacuum of sound that pressed in on her. Charlotte glanced at Archer one last time. His face was impassive, almost distant, as he prepared to step out. She forced a small, wistful smile, one that masked the storm raging in her heart, a smile that spoke of resigned farewell rather than hopeful reunion. "Goodbye, Archer," she whispered silently to herself, the words carried away by the cool evening breeze as she stepped out of the truck. The door closed with a soft thud, and in that instant, the finality of the moment sank in. With each step she took toward the building, Charlotte felt the layers of regret, longing, and acceptance intertwine. She was leaving behind not just the physical presence of a man, but the bittersweet echoes of a love that had once burned brightly and then faltered into cold silence. As she walked away, the sound of the truck's engine fading into the distance, Charlotte's mind was a tumult of thoughts. There was pain in the knowledge that she had lost something precious, yet also a quiet hope that someday she might find strength in this solitude, a hope that the silence could one day be filled with the echoes of her own newfound resilience. Segment 6. Inner. Turmoil and Regret. The steady hum of the tires against the asphalt provided a monotonous soundtrack to Charlotte's solitary drive. The dark highway stretched endlessly before her, a ribbon of uncertainty reflecting the turmoil within. Every mile ticked by like a painful reminder of the night's events, each moment a small shard of regret etched into her memory. She clutched the steering wheel tightly, as if it could somehow anchor her drifting thoughts. In the quiet of the car, with only the low murmur of the radio filling the silence, Charlotte's mind was a storm of self-recrimination and unresolved questions. She couldn't shake the feeling that everything had changed in one kiss, the one that once promised warmth and connection now felt like the trigger for a cascade of regret. Did I truly deserve this? She wondered, her internal voice trembling with uncertainty. Every flash of the passing streetlights illuminated a memory. The soft brush of Archer's lips, the tender promise of his embrace, and then the crushing weight of his cold silence. In the quiet darkness, those moments replayed relentlessly, each one intensifying her pain. As the car glided along the lonely road, Charlotte's thoughts turned harshly inward. "I'm such an idiot," she chastised herself. "I thought I could hold on to something beautiful, something that made me feel seen and cherished. But maybe I was just chasing an illusion." The more she tried to analyze the kiss, the more she felt her heart twist with regret. There was a part of her that longed to believe it was mutual, that Archer had felt the same rush of liberation. Yet the stark reality of his distant gaze and subsequent silence suggested otherwise. The discrepancy between the intimacy of that kiss and the aftermath of cold detachment left her questioning everything about herself and their connection. Her mind roiled with doubts as she recalled the vulnerability in Archer's eyes, the fleeting softness that had hinted at something deeper, only to be replaced by an unyielding, indifferent distance. Was I naive? She asked silently. Did I let my longing blind me to the truth? The questions haunted her like ghosts in the night, each one piercing the fragile hope she had clung to. Every so often, a surge of anger bubbled beneath the surface, not just towards Archer for his inexplicable behavior, but also towards herself for feeling so desperate for his attention. Charlotte's breath came in shallow, uneven bursts as she realized that her heart had been laid bare, vulnerable to every slight and every unspoken word. The intensity of the kiss had left an indelible mark on her soul, a bittersweet mix of exhilaration and deep sorrow. In the privacy of the car, she allowed herself to wonder if she would ever be able to move past this moment. The thought was both terrifying and strangely alluring. Can I ever let go of the hope that there might be more? She pondered. Or will I forever be chained to this feeling of regret? The reflective drive became a journey not just away from the chaos of the night, but into the depths of her own psyche. Each turn of the wheel felt like a small step toward self-understanding, even as the weight of regret threatened to pull her down. The steady, almost hypnotic rhythm of the road became a canvas upon which she painted her doubts and fears. Brush strokes of remorse mixed with a desperate longing for redemption. Her eyes, fixed on the dark windshield, mirrored a mind in conflict. The flickering images of passing trees and roadside signs blurred into abstract shapes, symbolizing the fragmented pieces of her heart. She thought about all the times she had dismissed her own worth, allowing her insecurities to cloud her judgment. Now, in the quiet solitude of the night, those old wounds were reopened, and the voice of self-doubt screamed louder than ever. Maybe I was too weak to know what I truly deserved, she admitted to herself in a whisper. A tear threatened to escape, but Charlotte quickly blinked it away. She refused to show any sign of weakness, not when every mile was a testament to her struggle. Instead, she tried to focus on the horizon ahead, the promise of a new day, beckoning even as her soul ached with the burden of yesterday. The car's interior, dimly lit by the dashboard and the occasional stray beam of a passing headlight, felt like a fragile sanctuary where she could confront her emotions without judgment. In that confined space, Charlotte's mind oscillated between a fierce desire to hold on to what once was and an emerging determination to reclaim her own strength. I must learn to let go, she resolved quietly. The realization came slowly, like the gradual dimming of twilight before the break of dawn. Even though the kiss had changed everything, she was beginning to see that she had the power to define her own worth beyond the fleeting affections of another person. Yet the question lingered. Would she ever be able to free herself from the echo of that kiss and the pain it had wrought? As the truck sped down the highway, Charlotte's heart throbbed with a mixture of sorrow and a tentative hope. A hope that, one day, the inner turmoil would be replaced by a resolute acceptance of who she was. For now, though, the road ahead was as uncertain as her feelings, and she could only drive on, clutching tightly to the steering wheel and to the fragile promise that tomorrow might bring a little more clarity, a little less regret. Segment 7. Final thoughts for the chapter. In the quiet solitude of my room, I sat on the edge of my unmade bed, the soft hum of the city night seeping through the cracked window. Every breath I took felt heavy with the remnants of last night's kiss, a kiss that had burned its memory into my skin and soul, leaving behind a scar I wasn't sure I was ready to bear. The events of the past few hours played on repeat in my mind. I could still feel the tremor of his touch, the way Archer's lips had brushed against mine with a desperate intensity that both thrilled and terrified me. Now, as I sat alone, the silence was overwhelming, punctuated only by the steady tick of the clock on the wall, a relentless reminder that time was moving forward even as I felt frozen in the aftermath. I stared blankly at the ceiling, wondering what my next steps should be. Part of me wanted to hold on to that kiss, to believe that it might be the beginning of something beautiful, a long-awaited healing for the wounds of past rejections and shattered dreams. Yet another part of me trembled at the thought of repeating the same mistakes, of letting that single moment define my entire future. My heart ached with the pain of the unexpected vulnerability it had exposed, and I couldn't help but question. Was I naive to think that a kiss could ever fix the deep-seated emptiness inside me? Every detail of that kiss haunted me. The warmth of his breath, the fleeting softness in his eyes, and then the sudden crushing coldness that followed. It was as if for one brief moment I had been transported to a place where I was cherished and seen for who I truly was. But that moment dissolved too quickly, leaving behind only the bitter taste of regret and uncertainty. I felt as though a part of me had been irrevocably altered, scarred by a memory that was both tender and agonizingly painful. As I ran my fingers along the edge of the worn quilt on my lap, I tried to trace the outlines of this new emotional landscape within me. Each touch was a reminder of the vulnerability I had exposed, a vulnerability that now felt like a wound that might never fully heal. Yet beneath the layers of hurt and regret, a faint spark of hope began to glow. It was the whisper of possibility that maybe, just maybe, this pain could be transformed into something meaningful. A chance to learn about who I truly am and what I deserve from love. I thought back to the night's events, to every subtle word and gesture that had passed between us. I remembered how, in those brief moments, Archer's expression had softened, hinting at an unspoken confession that perhaps his heart wasn't as cold as it appeared. But that hope was now tangled with my fear. Fear that I would always be defined by this scar, that the memory of that kiss would be a constant reminder of the vulnerability I could never fully recover from. I wondered if time, with its unyielding march forward, would eventually soothe these raw edges, or if I was destined to carry this bittersweet burden for the rest of my life. I closed my eyes and allowed the silence to envelop me completely. In that quiet darkness, I found a strange solace. I began to see the painful memory not as a mark of failure, but as a testament to my capacity to feel deeply, to love, to hurt, and perhaps to heal. It was a painful lesson, yet one that forced me to confront the truth of who I was. I realized that I needed to take control of my own narrative, to decide that this scar would not dictate my future, but rather serve as a reminder of the resilience that lay hidden within me. A soft resolve started to form in my heart. I knew that the road ahead would be fraught with uncertainty and difficult emotions, but I also knew that I could no longer let fear paralyze me. The kiss had changed everything, both the way I viewed Archer and the way I saw myself. With trembling determination, I promised myself that I would take the time to understand these feelings, to honor the pain while also nurturing the faint glimmer of hope that began to emerge. In that solitary moment, I resolved to start a new chapter, one where I would learn to set boundaries, to heal slowly, and to recognize my own worth. Even though the memories of last night would linger, I vowed that they would not define me. I would carry this scar as a reminder of my strength, and perhaps one day, I might look back on this moment with gratitude for the painful lesson it taught me. For now, as I sat enveloped in the stillness of the night, my heart was heavy, yet strangely hopeful. The journey to healing had just begun, and although the path was uncertain, I knew that each step forward would bring me closer to reclaiming my sense of self, a self that was worth every tear, every regret, and every moment of tender hope. Chapter 26. Archer's Descent and Self-Hatred. POV. Segment 1. Early Morning Regret and Self-Loathing. It's 6:15 a.m., and the alarm clock's red digits glare at me like a personal indictment. I lie there in the darkness of my room, the soft hum of the early morning punctuated only by my ragged breathing. I can't shake the bitter taste of my father's words, their venomous echo reverberating in my mind as I force myself awake. Get a fucking life. Be a man. His voice, cold, unforgiving, remains lodged in my thoughts, each syllable a crushing weight that presses me down. I feel raw anger surge through me, mingled with a self-loathing so potent that it churns my stomach. I pull myself up, my body stiff and sore as if it's rebelling against the very idea of facing the day. In the dim light, every shadow seems to whisper reminders of my failures. Last night's chaos, the humiliating exchange with Charlotte, and that kiss, a moment that should have ignited passion, but instead burned like acid in my veins, all collide in a storm of regret. I remember her gentle eyes, and the way her presence lit up a dark corner of my soul, only to be eclipsed by the harsh reality of my own actions. My father's scorn, delivered with the precision of a butcher's knife, left a mark deeper than any physical wound. As I step into the shower, the scorching water pelts my skin with a relentless fury, each droplet a tiny, searing reminder of my self-disgust. I close my eyes, trying to drown out the cacophony of my thoughts. The steam swirls around me like ghostly figures, and I feel exposed, vulnerable. I am a piece of shit, I hiss silently, the words almost inaudible against the roar of the water. I have always believed that pain could cleanse, that suffering might be a twisted sort of redemption. Yet, in this moment, I only feel emptiness, a void that grows larger with every passing second. I think back to the kiss, the one that was meant to be a declaration of something powerful, but ended up exposing my darkest self. I had wanted to hold her, to prove that I could be more than the angry, broken man I see in the mirror. Instead, I faltered, lost in the intensity of my own self-loathing. Every time I remember her soft touch, her hesitance, and the lingering guilt in her eyes. A fresh wave of anger surges through me. I want to blame her, to shift the burden away from myself, but deep down I know the truth. I am responsible. I let my father's voice poison every moment, and I allowed that toxicity to spill over into my relationship with her. The betrayal stings worse than any physical blow. Standing under the cascade of water, I let my anger build until it becomes almost tangible, a dark, pulsing mass inside me. I imagine my fists meeting the cold, unyielding wall of my room, each punch a futile attempt to erase the image of my father's disapproving glare. "Get a fucking life," his words echo again, slicing through my thoughts. I want to scream them back at the world, to defy the expectations that have been imposed on me since childhood. Yet every fiber of my being is convinced I am unworthy, undeserving of love or respect. The water, hot and unrelenting, does little to wash away the self-hatred that clings to my skin like a second unbearable layer. I see my reflection in the foggy glass of the shower door, a man with haunted eyes and a tortured expression, whose inner turmoil is writ large on his face. I can't escape the feeling that I have become nothing more than a shell of the man I once dreamed of being, a man defined by anger and regret, and I can almost taste the bitterness on my tongue, a flavor that seems destined to linger indefinitely. As I step out of the shower, my body feels weak and numb, as though the water has stripped away not only the grime of the night, but also any vestige of hope I once harbored. I wrap a towel around my shoulders, its warmth a poor substitute for the comfort I so desperately crave. Every step I take toward the mirror is heavy with the weight of my failure, and I struggle to meet my own gaze. I know that today, like every day, will be a battle against the storm raging within me, a battle where the enemy is not external but the constant gnawing voice of self-doubt that I cannot silence. I dress mechanically, my movements void of the passion and purpose that once defined me. The clothes hang on me like a shroud, a visual reminder of the facade I present to the world while my inner world crumbles. I force a sigh and try to steady myself, knowing that I must face the day despite the overwhelming urge to retreat into darkness. In the back of my mind, a part of me longs for a miracle, a moment of redemption, where I can prove that I am more than the sum of my self-loathing. But as I stare at my reflection one last time, I see only the reflection of a man who has been battered by life and whose wounds run too deep to ever truly heal. And so, I step forward into the uncertain light of the new day, carrying with me the bitter residue of my father's harsh words and the heavy, unyielding burden of my own self-hatred. Segment 2. Physical and Emotional Breakdown. Archer's mind was a chaotic battlefield, a relentless storm of self-hatred that roiled with every beat of his heart. In the dim solitude of his room, the echo of his father's harsh words still reverberated in his skull like a cruel mantra. "Get a fucking life. Be a man." Those words were an ever-present weight that dragged him down deeper into despair. Unable to bear the internal torment any longer, he found himself drawn to the cold, unyielding wall of his room. Without a second thought, his fists flew forward in a frenzied barrage. The sound of knuckles colliding with concrete was sharp and unforgiving, a percussive outburst of his pent-up rage and despair. Each strike was a desperate attempt to expel the seething self-loathing that had taken root inside him. With every harsh impact, his knuckles began to bruise and swell, the skin splitting slightly as raw, red blood mingled with the dust on the wall. The pain was searing and immediate, but it brought with it a grim sort of clarity. In that moment, the agony was tangible, a reminder of the physical reality of his inner collapse. Archer's vision blurred between the sharp stabs of pain and the flickering images of his failures. Memories of last night played out unbidden. The tender, trembling kiss with Charlotte that should have been an emblem of connection, but instead felt like a betrayal of his own inadequacies. He saw her face, soft, vulnerable, and full of unspoken questions, and felt the crushing weight of his inability to be the man he believed she deserved. The guilt was a living thing, gnawing at him with every painful hit. Each blow against the wall was as if he were trying to erase that memory, to force the image of his own failures out of existence, but it only magnified them. With every vicious strike, his mind screamed with self-recrimination. I am a piece of shit. I am fucking useless. The words spilled out silently in his mind, echoing louder than the crack of his fists against the unyielding concrete. He was not just punishing himself for a single act. He was condemning every moment of weakness, every failure to live up to the ideal of manhood that his father had imposed on him. The broken fragments of his self-worth lay scattered like shattered glass across the floor of his thoughts, each shard a painful reminder of how far he had fallen. The raw, abrasive texture of the wall was a cruel mirror to his inner state. The rough surface scraped against his skin with each impact, a physical manifestation of the abrasive truths he could not escape. In the dim, cold light of his room, the wall seemed to pulse with every strike, absorbing the fury and sorrow he so desperately sought to expel. Archer's vision tunneled, and he could no longer distinguish between the pain of his body and the emotional torment that festered within him. Both were inseparable, a twisted symphony of agony that played on relentlessly. As his fist continued to pummel the wall, his breathing grew ragged and uneven. The stinging sensation in his eyes blurred his vision further, mingling with the tears he fought desperately not to shed. Yet, in that moment of searing pain and self-inflicted punishment, there was an odd sense of release, a fleeting clarity amidst the chaos. The physical pain, though excruciating, was simple and unambiguous. It didn't lie. It did not distort reality. In the relentless barrage of his strikes, he found a temporary reprieve from the overwhelming emotions that had suffocated him for so long. But even as he delivered each blow, the truth remained unyielding. No amount of physical violence could erase the memories of his past missteps. The tender moments with Charlotte that had turned into symbols of his failure. The quiet heartbreak that his own inaction had birthed. The wall bore silent witness to his inner collapse, absorbing his fury yet offering no solace. Instead, it only reminded him that he was trapped in a cycle of self-destruction. Finally, as his strength began to wane, Archer staggered back, his fists trembling, and his chest heaving with labored breaths. His knuckles throbbed with the raw sting of fresh bruises and wounds, each mark a testament to his inner torment. Standing there, drenched in sweat and battered by his own hands, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The anger subsided, replaced by a crushing weight of guilt and regret that sank him to his knees. In that quiet, devastating moment, he realized that his physical breakdown was merely a symptom of a deeper, more insidious decay, a self-loathing that had consumed him entirely. The room, once a place of solitary refuge, now felt like a prison of his own making. The pain in his body was a constant reminder that he had become a shadow of the man he once hoped to be, a man defined not by strength and passion, but by fear, failure, and an endless cycle of self-punishment. With a final, shuddering breath, Archer allowed himself to collapse onto the cold floor, feeling every ache and every ounce of his despair. The echo of his father's words lingered in the stillness, a reminder that despite the ferocity of his outburst, the battle within him was far from over. Segment 3. Dropping Charlotte Off. The city lights blurred into streaks of neon as Archer's truck rumbled slowly down the quiet suburban street. Inside the vehicle, the air was heavy with unspoken words and the lingering ache of regret. Archer stared straight ahead, his knuckles whitening on the steering wheel, while Charlotte sat silently beside him, her gaze fixed on the passing scenery. Every so often, he stole a glance at her, only to quickly divert his eyes, unable to bear the sight of her pained expression. In the dim interior of the truck, Archer's thoughts roiled with conflict. He remembered the look in Charlotte's eyes earlier that night, so full of hurt and resignation, and it was a sight that gnawed at his conscience. The image of her quiet tears, carefully hidden behind her composed facade, haunted him with a cruel intensity. He had wanted to protect her, to be the one who made her feel safe, yet he had become the source of her pain. Now, as he navigated the familiar streets leading to her dorm, every red light and every slow turn deepened the chasm between what he wished he could be and the man he felt he had become. The truck's interior was bathed in a soft glow from the dashboard, casting long shadows that danced across Charlotte's delicate features. She was dressed in a simple, worn sweater and jeans, her hair a little too disheveled for a morning like this. Every detail of her appearance, the slight tremble in her hands as she gripped the door handle, the way her eyes darted nervously toward the window, spoke of a vulnerability that tore at Archer's heart. He forced himself to focus on the road, but his mind kept drifting back to the moment when she had met his gaze. For a fleeting second, he had seen in her eyes a reflection of his own despair, a silent plea for understanding that he was too ashamed to return. The memory was a bitter pill. Her pained expression had been a mirror to his failures, a reminder that his inability to face his own demons had hurt the one person he truly cared about. As the truck rolled to a halt in front of Charlotte's dorm building, the soft hum of the engine seemed to underscore the heaviness in his chest. The building loomed before him, its windows dark and unyielding, much like the wall he'd been trying to hide behind in his own solitude. He hesitated before opening the door, his heart pounding in his ears as if to drown out the sound of his own self-reproach. "Charlotte," he murmured, his voice barely audible over the low rumble of the truck. The words caught in his throat, swallowed by the weight of all the things he wished he could say. Instead, he reached over, his hand trembling as he pulled her gently to the door. For a moment, their eyes met, a silent exchange filled with sorrow and unspoken apologies. Charlotte's lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes clouded with pain. Archer's stomach twisted at the sight, and he quickly turned his gaze downward, unable to hold the look of hurt any longer. He helped her out of the truck with practiced care, his large hands clumsily guiding her steps as she made her way toward the building. Each step felt like a surrender, a reluctant admission that he was responsible for the fracture in their fragile connection. As they reached the entrance, the cold night air swept in, mingling with the tears he sensed she was trying desperately to hide. For a moment, he caught a glimpse of her face in the reflection of the glass door, a face that betrayed a deep sadness, one that seemed to say, "I trusted you, Archer." That look burned into him, a silent accusation that he could neither deny nor answer. Inside, the corridor was quiet and dimly lit, its stillness a stark contrast to the turmoil raging inside him. As he walked her to the security door, his every step was measured and heavy with regret. Charlotte paused for a moment, her gaze lingering on the cool, polished floor. She seemed to be searching for something, perhaps reassurance or a way to rebuild the shattered pieces of her heart, but found only the cold gleam of the tiled surface. Archer lingered behind her, his mind awash with conflicting emotions. Part of him wanted to reach out, to offer comforting words or a gentle touch to erase the pain etched across her face. Yet the other part was paralyzed by shame. He could still hear the echoes of his own harsh words from the night before, and the thought of facing her, truly facing her, made him want to vanish into the shadows. When they finally reached her door, Charlotte turned to him with a faint, pained smile, a gesture that tried to mask her hurt with politeness. "Thank you, Archer," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if she feared that any louder tone would shatter the fragile peace between them. He nodded, too choked up to speak. As he stepped back to his truck, his heart sank, with every reluctant step away from her. The brief moment he had glimpsed her pained expression at the doorway replayed in his mind, each time stoking the fire of his remorse. The drive away from her dorm was a silent confession of his failure. A failure not only to be the man she needed, but also to protect the delicate trust they once shared. In the solitude of the truck, Archer's internal conflict grew louder than the hum of the engine. His thoughts swirled around the inevitability of facing her pain again, the possibility that she might someday see him not as a savior, but as a reminder of all that had been broken. The truck's interior, dim and suffused, with the soft glow of the dashboard, became a confessional space where his regrets mingled with the cool night air. Every mile put between him and Charlotte's door felt like a temporary reprieve from the unbearable weight of her disappointment. Yet each moment also etched the memory deeper into his soul. He knew that no matter how far he drove, the image of her pained eyes would remain with him, haunting him like a ghost of a promise broken. And in that silent, lonely drive, Archer's inability to face her was not just a failure of courage. It was a manifestation of the deep, unhealed scars left by years of internal torment and shattered ideals. With a heavy heart, he pressed his hand against the cold window, silently promising himself that somehow, one day, he would find a way to mend the wounds he had inflicted, even if it meant facing the truth of his own brokenness. Segment 4. The Ride Home. Silent Anguish. The engine's low hum filled the truck as I drove away from Charlotte's dorm, each mile a reluctant step farther from the truth of my failure. The interior of the vehicle was dim, the soft glow of the dashboard barely illuminating the lines of worry etched across my face. Every passing second seemed to stretch into an eternity as guilt settled over me like a suffocating fog. I kept my eyes fixed on the road, but inside my head, memories of Charlotte's pained expression at her door replayed on an endless loop. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that I could almost feel the knots of tension form in my forearms. I remembered the way her eyes had looked at me, a mixture of hurt, disappointment, and a silent plea for understanding. I had tried to push those feelings aside, to convince myself that I was doing what needed to be done. But now, with every red light and every slow crawling car beside me, that image burned brighter than any street lamp. Silence reigned in the truck, broken only by the soft clicking of the turn signal and the steady, rhythmic pulse of my own racing heart. I could almost hear the echo of Charlotte's voice. A soft, "Thank you, Archer," that she'd managed as she bid me farewell. That simple word, filled with sorrow and resignation, cut me deeper than any harsh criticism ever had. I knew I had hurt her, and the realization gnawed at me with every mile that passed. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I half expected to see her small, fragile figure fading into the distance. Instead, I saw nothing but my own reflection, a man whose eyes were heavy with regret, and whose soul was bruised by the weight of his own actions. I wanted to scream, to cry out in remorse, yet the silence of the cabin left me alone with my thoughts, forcing me to confront the ugliness of my failures. I tried to recall moments from the night before, searching for any sign that maybe, just maybe, she had felt something that could mend the deep hurt I now knew I had inflicted. But all I could remember was that terrible look, how her eyes had clouded with pain when I had been unable to meet them, how her voice had quivered when she said goodbye. It was as if, in that moment, the person I believed I was, the protector, the strong one, had evaporated, leaving behind nothing but a hollow shell filled with self-loathing. The rhythmic pitter-patter of rain against the windshield added another layer to the melancholy of the drive. I watched droplets race each other down the glass, each one a fleeting moment of beauty lost to the relentless march of time. The rain blurred the neon lights of the city outside, distorting the world into abstract shapes and colors. In that blurred reflection, I saw the fragility of our connection, the delicate bond that had been shattered by a single kiss and 1,000 unspoken words. I recalled my father's harsh admonitions, the words that had driven me to punch the wall in a desperate, futile attempt to expel the rage and guilt that churned inside me. Get a fucking life. Be a man. Those words reverberated in my mind, mingling with the memory of Charlotte's tear-streaked face. How could I be a man if I couldn't even protect the one person who meant everything to me? How could I be strong when I felt so weak, so incapable of being the man she needed? Every breath felt like a struggle as I wrestled with the inescapable truth. I had become the source of her pain. I thought about the promises we had made to ourselves, promises of honesty, of openness, of never letting our fears and insecurities ruin what was so precious between us. Instead, I had allowed my own demons, my unresolved conflicts and unhealed wounds, to spill over into our fragile moment. The silence in the truck was deafening, a constant reminder of the chasm I had created between us. I tried to distract myself by turning up the radio, but even the most upbeat tunes could not drown out the persistent throb of regret. I replayed every word, every gesture from that night, searching desperately for an explanation, a justification that could make the pain bearable. There was none. Instead, I was left with an overwhelming sense of responsibility, a crushing burden that I alone would have to carry. The road ahead seemed endless, the dark highway stretching out like a mirror reflecting my inner torment. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard. The minutes ticked by slowly, each one marking the distance between me and Charlotte, and between me and the possibility of redemption. I wondered if she would ever forgive me, or if this silence would remain a permanent echo in both our hearts. In those long, solitary moments, I realized that the journey home was more than just a physical return. It was a descent into the depths of my own self-hatred and sorrow. I knew that facing her again would be inevitable, that the pain of our parting would eventually force us to confront the truth of what we had lost. And yet, in that silent drive, I clung to a fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, this pain would one day transform into something else. But for now, all I could do was drive in silence, haunted by the realization that I had hurt her, and by the lingering, inescapable guilt that set the stage for the battles still to come. Segment 5. Locker. Room violence. The atmosphere in the locker room was suffocating, an oppressive blend of sweat, anger, and unspoken regrets. As I stepped inside, the tension was palpable. Every eye in the room seemed to fixate on me, their silent glares a chorus of disapproval echoing off the metal lockers. I knew what was coming. I could almost taste the bitter aftermath of my actions. My heart pounded in my ears like a warning drum, and the raw sting of self-hatred pulsed through my veins. Before I had a chance to gather my thoughts, a voice erupted from behind me. "You son of a bitch!" It was Emmett, his tone seething with betrayal and outrage. I barely had time to register his words before his fist connected with my jaw. The sound was sickening, a crisp, explosive crack that reverberated through the silent room. My head spun. The pain was immediate, burning through my senses like acid. I tried to fight back, but my body felt numb, overwhelmed by the cocktail of anger and regret that had been festering inside me for weeks. As I staggered, backward the room erupted into chaos. Teammates rushed forward, their shouts mixing with the heavy thud of fists against flesh. The anger was not just directed at me. It was a fierce indictment of everything I'd become. Every blow that landed on me seemed to slice through the layers of my carefully constructed facade, exposing the deep, raw emotion beneath. I could hear my own ragged breathing and the rush of adrenaline, each heartbeat hammering the reminder of my failures. In the midst of the melee, I found myself pinned against a cold locker. Emmett's fury was relentless as he shouted accusations. "How fucking dare you! You betrayed us! You betrayed her!" His words cut deeper than any physical pain. I couldn't muster a coherent defense. The truth was a bitter pill. I had been a coward, a man consumed by his own self-loathing, and in that moment, I deserved every ounce of the punishment I was receiving. I closed my eyes briefly, trying to block out the chaos, to retreat into the numb void of regret. Every punch that landed, every shout that filled the space, was a harsh reminder of the guilt that had been gnawing at me ever since that disastrous kiss with Charlotte. The locker room became a battleground, not just of fists, but of my own internal torment. Each blow a physical manifestation of my inner self-destruction. I felt the impact of another hit, my head snapping back, my vision momentarily darkening at the edges. The stinging taste of blood filled my mouth as I struggled to remain conscious, to cling to whatever shred of dignity I had left. I knew I should be fighting back, asserting some control, yet every fiber of my being was overwhelmed by the shame of what I had done. I had hurt someone I cared about, and now, in front of my own team, I was being punished for my inability to be the man I once thought I was. Tyler and James, their expressions a mixture of anger and pity, tried to pull Emmett away as he raged. "Get the fuck off of him!" Tyler shouted, his voice booming over the din. Their intervention did little to stem the torrent of violence. My teammates' words were like shards of glass, each one a reminder of the responsibility I had failed to uphold. They saw the bruises not only on my skin, but in the soul of a man who had become a shell of his former self. In that surreal, brutal moment, time seemed to slow down. I could hear the whispers of disapproval, the soft murmurs of, "He's lost it, and he's become a liability." Each whispered word fanned the flames of my self-hatred, deepening the chasm between who I was and who I had become. I wanted to scream, to apologize, to beg for forgiveness, But all I could do was lie there, numb, as my body absorbed the punishment that I felt I deserved. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the fight subsided. The room grew quiet, the only sounds the steady drip of sweat and the heavy, labored breathing of everyone present. I stood there, staggering and battered, every bruise a testament to my own failure. I could feel the collective disappointment of my team weighing down on me. I was no longer just the star quarterback. I had become a pariah in their eyes, a reminder of the man I was when I lost control. I looked up, meeting the eyes of those around me, eyes filled with sorrow, anger, and a flicker of pity. I saw in them a reflection of my own self-loathing. I knew with crushing certainty that this was not the moment for heroics or redemption. It was a moment for brutal honesty. I had failed Charlotte, and in doing so I had failed myself. The pain of those raw blows was a physical manifestation of my internal agony, a reminder that no amount of athletic prowess or bravado could erase the scars I had inflicted on those I cared about most. As the tension slowly dissipated, I retreated into the silence of my own thoughts, each step echoing in the hollow corridors of my shattered pride. I vowed that I would never let this darkness consume me again. Yet as I limped away from the locker room, I couldn't shake the realization that this was only the beginning, a harbinger of the battles, both internal and external, that I would have to face. Segment 6. Aftermath and Regret. I stumbled out of the locker room with nothing but raw pain echoing in my bones and a storm of regret pounding in my chest. The violence had ended, but its scars, both visible and hidden, seared into me. I sat on a cold bench outside the room, the weight of each bruise a reminder of every moment I'd failed. In the echoing silence of that aftermath, every heartbeat felt like a drum of self-reproach, hammering home the realization that I was utterly undeserving of her love. I replayed every scene in my mind, her tearful eyes as I forced myself to leave, the way her lips quivered when I had tried to apologize, and the pain in her gaze when I thought I saw that final look of hurt. I had become a monster in my own eyes, a man incapable of control, driven by selfish impulses that hurt the one person I cared about most. I couldn't shake the thought that I didn't deserve her warmth, her gentle reassurance, or even a sliver of her compassion. In those quiet moments, the harsh words from my father, the heavy punches that echoed in my head, and the silent disappointment of my teammates mingled with a crushing sense of failure. I questioned every decision, the toxic arrogance that led me to lash out, the moments when I let my anger and self-loathing override reason. Every reflection stung like a fresh wound. I had hurt Charlotte. I had made her feel insignificant, even as I clung desperately to a fantasy of a love that could never be. It was as if I was staring at a fractured mirror, each shard reflecting a different aspect of my failure. The man who thought he could command love through dominance. The coward who never had the strength to truly apologize. And the broken soul, who no longer believed he was worthy of even forgiveness. I remembered her soft, forgiving voice, the way she once told me I made her feel safe, even as I felt undeserving of that very safety. Now, each memory was a dagger twisting in my gut. I couldn't help but wonder if I had sabotaged any chance of redemption. What right did I have to reach out and hold her when I was drowning in self-hatred? The thought that she might someday see the darkness within me and reject me entirely tormented me. I felt that I had become unworthy, not only of her love, but of my own self-respect. Every bruise, Every sting of blood and sweat was a tangible measure of my failure to be the man I promised I would be. In the stillness after the storm, the only truth that remained was that I had hurt the one person who had the power to redeem me. And now, as I sat alone, grappling with the crushing weight of regret, I realized that this wasn't merely the end of a fight. It was the beginning of a long, painful reckoning with my own inadequacies. The silence of the locker room was replaced by the deafening echo of my own remorse, a constant reminder that I might never be enough for her. Segment 7. Quiet Moments of Reflection. Later that evening, long after the locker room confrontation had faded into memory and the din of practice had quieted down, I found myself alone in the back of the team bus. The rumble of the engine was a low, constant drone that seemed to echo the remorse pounding in my chest. I leaned my head against the cool metal of the window, watching the darkened campus drift by in blurry silhouettes. In that solitary space, my mind became a battleground for harsh truths and self-directed venom. Every echo of my father's harsh words and every bruise on my body reminded me of the man I had failed to be. I could still see Charlotte's tear-stained face in my mind's eye, each detail seared into me as a testimony to my recklessness. The taste of bitterness, the acrid smell of sweat mixed with blood, and the hollow sound of silence all conspired to bring my inadequacies into focus. I was left questioning. How could I continue to hurt the one person who ever made me feel alive? Closed my eyes and let the images swirl. Charlotte's soft laughter, her gentle reassurance, and the bittersweet warmth of a kiss that was meant to heal but instead expose the raw edges of my soul. With every pulse, I felt the weight of my failures, a crushing burden that whispered incessantly, "You are not enough. You are too broken." The relentless self-criticism was like a sharp, unyielding blade, cutting deeper with every memory of a lost chance at redemption. In that stillness, time slowed, and I realized that the silence around me was not merely the absence of sound, but a reflection of the void I had created within myself. The consequences of my actions were inevitable, and I knew that no amount of physical training or empty bravado could mask the internal decay. The anger I once wielded like a weapon now turned inward, leaving only regret in its wake. I sat there, shivering slightly from a cold draft and the chill of my own remorse, fully aware that each moment of solitude was a reminder that I had hurt the one person who could have saved me. Alone with my thoughts, I accepted the painful truth. If I were ever to rebuild any part of myself, I would have to face this self-loathing head-on. And so, in the quiet darkness of that bus, I braced myself for the long journey ahead, a journey where every step would be haunted by the echoes of my own failures. Segment 1. Oliver's Call and Charlotte's Reluctant Agreement. Charlotte's phone buzzed insistently on her nightstand, the soft glow of the screen slicing through the dim light of her room. The notification read Oliver, and she hesitated, a mix of longing and dread coiled in her stomach. With a trembling finger, she swiped to answer, her voice barely above a whisper as she greeted him. "Hey, Lottie." Oliver's familiar tone came through, laced with both excitement and a hint of worry. "I'm in town tonight. James called, and I just hopped in my car. I really want to see you. We don't get these chances very often anymore." Her heart fluttered painfully at his words. Memories of happier times, when his call would spark an immediate smile on her face, now battled with the raw ache left in the wake of recent events. She clutched the phone tighter, her eyes closing briefly as she tried to steady her racing thoughts. Oliver, I have a lot of homework, she managed, voice wavering. The room felt colder suddenly, the familiar surroundings now alien in their stillness. Outside, the night pressed in, echoing her inner turmoil. I could have finished it earlier if I'd known you were coming. Every syllable was soaked in regret, as if the words themselves carried the weight of her recent mistakes. There was a pause on the line, and Oliver's tone softened. Charlotte, I know things have been complicated, but I miss you. I miss us. I promise I'm not here to complicate things further. His voice trailed off, leaving an unspoken plea hanging in the air. Charlotte's breath hitched. She remembered every word that had shattered her heart at Archer's careless dismissal, the way his tone had made her feel insignificant. And yet, here was Oliver, offering a lifeline of unconditional affection, a stark contrast to the jagged edges of her current pain. I don't know, Oliver, she confessed, her voice cracking with uncertainty. Every time I think about going out, all I see is the memory of him. It's like I'm stuck between wanting to run away and wanting to feel normal again. Her mind raced with images of crowded parties, but none of them felt inviting. Instead, they conjured visions of isolation amid the chaos, a reminder of how deeply hurt she was. Listen, Oliver interrupted gently. I get it, Lottie. I really do. But maybe tonight isn't about Archer or what happened. Maybe it's about you too. Let's just go, even if it's just for a little while. I promise I won't let anything bad happen. His words were a balm against the raw edges of her heart, yet also a stark reminder of the difficult choice before her. Charlotte paused, staring at the ceiling as she processed his reassurance. She could hear the steady hum of the refrigerator. In the background, a mundane sound that somehow emphasized the weight of the moment. The silence stretched, heavy and pregnant with possibility, before she finally spoke. Okay, Ollie, I'll come. Her agreement was reluctant, a surrender to the persistent pull of wanting to belong somewhere, even if it meant confronting her deepest insecurities. The decision wasn't made lightly. Each word she uttered carried the residue of countless nights, spent questioning her worth and the possibility of healing. Yet, in Oliver's steady voice, she found a spark of hope, a promise that maybe, just maybe, stepping out could help her reclaim a piece of herself that had been lost in the aftermath of heartbreak. Great, Oliver said, his tone brightening with relief. I'll pick you up in about 20 minutes. Just please, try to be ready. His simple request resonated with her, a small act of care that contrasted sharply with the whirlwind of emotions still swirling inside her. After the call ended, Charlotte sat quietly for several moments. The room, dimly lit by the streetlights, outside filtering through thin curtains, seemed to echo with the sound of her own heartbeat. She knew that stepping out tonight meant entering a world of noise and distractions, a world where her thoughts would be jostled and her vulnerabilities exposed. And yet, the thought of staying inside, locked away in the suffocating solitude of her own doubts, was no less terrifying. As she moved to get ready, every step felt weighted with reluctance and fragile resolve. The decision to attend the party was less about wanting to escape her loneliness and more about a desperate hope to find some semblance of connection amid the chaos, a chance, however fleeting, to mend the fractured parts of her heart. In that quiet moment, Charlotte silently vowed to herself that tonight she would face her demons, even if only for a few hours, and perhaps find a way to begin the slow process of healing. Segment 2. Arrival at the party and overwhelming crowd. The Porwain. Night air was thick with promise and pulsating energy as Charlotte stepped out of the car, her heart pounding in sync with the distant bass of the party's music. The street in front of the venue was awash in shifting hues. Neon pinks, electric blues, and soft purples melding into an otherworldly glow that beckoned yet intimidated her. The crowd swarmed the entrance, a living, breathing mass of people, all moving with a frenetic energy that made the world spin just a little too fast. Every step Charlotte took felt like an intrusion into a realm where she wasn't sure she belonged. The pounding beat vibrated through the pavement, sending ripples of sound through her body, and the air was thick with the scent of sweat, perfume, and a hint of spilled alcohol. As she navigated her way through the throng, her senses were bombarded by flashes of neon lights, the murmur of countless conversations, and the ever-present hum of laughter that sometimes sounded more like distant echoes than friendly chatter. The party was in full swing, a swirling vortex of color and sound that both captivated and overwhelmed her. Her pulse raced faster as she edged closer to the entrance, her eyes darting around, trying to find a familiar face or even a corner to catch her breath. The din of the crowd was deafening, every voice overlapped in a chaotic symphony, and the air itself felt charged, like electricity before a storm. Charlotte's mind began to spin as her internal dialogue battled with her outward determination to be present. She tried to steady herself, recalling Oliver's reassurances, but the sheer magnitude of the crowd pulled her into a vortex of rising anxiety. When she finally pushed through the doors, the sensory overload deepened. The interior of the venue was a cavernous space, its walls adorned with pulsating LED lights that danced in time with the music. The floor was sticky with spilled drinks and confetti remnants, and groups of revelers jostled past her with careless abandon. The noise was overwhelming, a cacophony of clinking glasses, raucous laughter, and the incessant thump of bass that seemed to vibrate right through her bones. Charlotte's stomach churned as she forced herself to move further inside, trying to ignore the prickling sensation on her skin, as if tiny needles were marking her every step. Her eyes scanned the room, searching desperately for any sign of familiarity or solace. Every face she passed was blurred by the fast-moving crowd, each one merging into an indistinct sea of bodies. Amid this chaotic display, she felt isolated, as though she were a solitary island in a stormy, ever-shifting ocean of strangers. The overwhelming pressure of the crowd was not just physical. It seeped into her mind. Every conversation that burst around her, every laugh that rang out in sudden bursts, reminded her of the connection she yearned for yet felt incapable of grasping. She tried to focus on the vibrant decorations and the elaborate light displays, but her thoughts kept returning to the memory of Archer's cold words and the fractured intimacy between them. It was as if the lively party atmosphere was a cruel mirror, reflecting back the internal discord that she couldn't escape. As Charlotte continued to make her way through the throng, she could feel her anxiety mounting. The once inviting music now felt like a relentless tide, pushing her further into a state of inner turmoil. Her breathing grew shallow and rapid, and every movement felt like a struggle against an unseen current. She clutched her purse tightly as if it were a lifeline, the cool leather grounding her amidst the sensory overload. In a brief moment of solitude near the bar, she allowed herself to close her eyes for a few seconds, trying to recapture a sense of calm. The sounds, though muted, still buzzed around her, the steady hum of conversations, the clatter of glasses being set down, the muffled thumps of the DJ's beats. In that fragile pause, Charlotte's mind wandered to thoughts of escape, of finding a quiet corner where the chaos couldn't reach her, Yet, she also knew that giving in to that desire would only further isolate her from the connections she so desperately craved. Regaining her resolve, Charlotte took a deep, shuddering breath and opened her eyes. The party was a tempest, a swirling maelstrom of emotions and sensations, and she was caught right in the eye of it. Despite the overwhelming fear and anxiety, she recognized that every step she took into this chaotic crowd was a step toward reclaiming a part of herself that had been lost in recent heartbreak. The internal battle between wanting to disappear and needing to belong waged on within her, as each passing moment seemed to force a confrontation with her own vulnerabilities. With a renewed sense of determination, Charlotte steeled herself to keep moving forward. Even if the party was nothing more than a blurred mass of unfamiliar faces and overwhelming noise, she would face it, one hesitant step at a time. In that struggle, she clung to the hope that maybe, just maybe, the storm outside could mirror the healing storm within, and that she might find a way to emerge from it, whole once more. Segment 3. Discovering Archer with Tila. Charlotte's heart froze in place as she rounded the corner of the bustling corridor. In the midst of the chaotic crowd near the stadium's exit, she saw him, Archer, standing close to another girl. The sight hit her like a physical blow. Tila, with her sleek dark hair and confident smile, leaned casually against Archer's side. Their laughter mingled effortlessly, a stark contrast to the intimate connection Charlotte had so carefully nurtured in her heart. For a long, disorienting moment, the world around her faded. The cheers of the crowd, the raucous post-game celebrations, and the vibrant energy of the stadium blurred into insignificance. All she could focus on was the image before her. Archer's warm, familiar eyes locked in a conversation with Tila, as if they had shared countless secrets together. The shock sent her pulse racing. Her stomach churned with a bitter mix of jealousy and despair. Her mind screamed in protest. No, this can't be happening, Charlotte thought. Her internal monologue a desperate, pleading echo. She felt as though she were watching a replay of her worst nightmares, a moment she had tried so hard to suppress. Every laugh that escaped Archer's lips, every playful touch on Tila's arm, stabbed at her tender heart. It was as if the space between them had grown insurmountable, a gap filled with betrayal and unspoken promises. Charlotte's eyes welled with tears before she could stop them, a hot rush of salty liquid blurring the already distorted scene. In that split second, the illusion of safety and familiarity she'd clung to shattered. The reassuring comfort of Archer's presence, once a beacon of warmth in her tumultuous world, now burned like acid on her skin. A sharp pang of heartbreak enveloped her, mingling with a crushing sense of inadequacy. Was I never enough? She whispered silently, the question echoing in the hollow spaces of her mind. She staggered back a few paces, struggling to compose herself. Around her, the crowd continued its oblivious celebration, as if nothing had changed. Yet, for Charlotte, time had slowed to a crawl. Every detail of the scene, the soft glow of the stadium lights, the murmur of voices blending with the distant sound of music, and the sight of Archer's easy camaraderie with Tila, seared into her memory like a permanent scar. In that moment, every hope she had nurtured began to wilt. The dream of a special connection, of being the one Archer reserved secret smiles and tender touches for, crumbled into dust. Charlotte's breath came in ragged gasps as she fought back the rising tide of despair. The betrayal felt personal, a wound inflicted not by a stranger, but by someone she had once believed could be her safe haven. With a heavy heart and trembling hands, Charlotte turned away, determined to retreat into the shadows where no one could see the tears streaming silently down her cheeks. The cold night air outside welcomed her like an indifferent friend, as she began the long, painful process of accepting that sometimes the ones you love can hurt you the deepest. Segment 4. Flight from the crowd. Charlotte's heart pounded, as if it were trying to escape her chest. The scene at the party had become unbearable, a cacophony of laughter, loud music, and swirling bodies that only deepened the chasm of betrayal within her. Every inch of her being screamed for solitude, for a break from the suffocating crowd that now seemed to mock her pain. Without a second thought, she turned away, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, as she began a desperate retreat into the cool embrace of the night. Her steps were unsteady, as though the weight of her emotions had rendered her feet clumsy and weak. The neon lights that once added a festive glow now cast harsh, unyielding shadows that mirrored the darkness of her inner turmoil. Each step away from the party was a struggle, a battle against the tide of memories that surged with every flash of Archer's easy laughter and every lingering glance exchanged between him and Tila. The raucous cheers and boisterous conversations behind her receded into a distant hum, replaced by the pounding of her own pulse echoing in her ears. Charlotte's mind swirled with a torrent of conflicting thoughts, anger, sadness, and a piercing sense of inadequacy. How could I have believed that I was enough? She silently cried, the words dissolving into the chill night air. The once vibrant energy of the gathering felt now like a relentless force pushing her into isolation. With each step, her thoughts grew louder, more insistent. She needed to escape, to find a quiet refuge where the echoes of Archer's laughter and the painful memory of that shared moment with Tila wouldn't chase her relentlessly. As she reached the edge of the parking lot, the world around her began to blur, the brilliant colors of the party lights merging with the inky darkness of the night. Her breaths came in ragged gasps as she finally pushed open a side door and stepped out into the open. The cool, crisp air hit her face like a wake-up call, momentarily easing the burning ache in her chest. Yet, even as she inhaled deeply, trying to fill her lungs with the healing promise of night, a sob threatened to break free, soft and defeated. In a burst of raw determination, Charlotte quickened her pace, nearly breaking into a run. She navigated the maze of lingering partygoers with wide, desperate eyes that scanned for any sign of the oppressive crowd. Each step was an act of rebellion against the emotions that had long chained her to the memory of that betrayal. The world, momentarily, seemed to slow down as she reached a quiet, deserted stretch of sidewalk, where the only sound was the echo of her footsteps and her shallow, uneven breathing. She paused, leaning against the cold brick wall, trying to gather the scattered fragments of her shattered heart. In the solitude of that dark corridor, the cacophony of the party faded to a dull murmur, replaced by the steady rhythm of her racing pulse. Charlotte closed her eyes, letting the quiet of the night seep into her bones. It was in that fragile moment of isolation that she realized she was not yet ready to face the storm inside. Only time and distance could offer a semblance of clarity. And so, with trembling resolve, she turned further away from the lingering chaos, determined to retreat into the night and hope that, in the darkness, a glimmer of solace might finally be found. Segment 5. Hiding in the Garden. Intimate Confrontation. Charlotte's heart pounded against her rib cage as she slipped away from the raucous party, her footsteps echoing on the cold pavement. The sharp buzz of the crowd behind her faded into a distant murmur as she darted into the secluded garden behind the house. The garden was overgrown, with wild roses and tangled ivy forming a secret haven under the pale glow of streetlights. Here, in the shadowy embrace of nature, she sought refuge from the overwhelming hurt that had chased her from the party. She crouched low behind a cluster of rose bushes, the soft, damp earth cool against her fingertips. Her mind raced, a torrent of emotions surging between the longing for comfort and a seething anger that she barely understood. The garden's silence was both a balm and a mirror of the storm raging within her. Each breath she took felt heavy with regret and confusion, a reminder of the painful betrayal she felt when she saw Archer with Tila. In the isolation of the garden, every rustle of a leaf became a sharp, accusing whisper of the past. Just as she pressed herself further into the darkness, she heard footsteps approaching. Her pulse quickened as the soft crunch of gravel signaled that she wasn't as alone as she thought. "Charlotte," a tentative voice called. It was Archer. His tone, heavy with remorse, carried across the night air. For a moment, Charlotte's throat tightened. She wanted nothing more than to turn away, to remain hidden behind the safety of the foliage. But something in his voice, a raw vulnerability that broke through the hardness of his usual demeanor, forced her to listen. I need to explain," Archer stuttered, his voice trembling with unspoken regret. He edged closer, his shadow merging with hers, until his face was lit by the soft glow of a nearby lamp. His eyes, usually so piercing and confident, now shone with a deep sadness and self-reproach. "I never meant to hurt you, Charlotte," he pleaded, his words barely audible over the gentle rustling of the garden. I was lost, and I let my anger, my own shame, cloud everything." His confession faltered as he reached out, but Charlotte instinctively recoiled, pulling herself further back into the dark. Before the conversation could deepen into raw vulnerability, a firm voice broke through the tense silence. "Charlotte, come on out. This isn't the place to be alone," Madeline's voice called, soft yet insistent. She stepped into the garden, her presence like a gentle beacon of warmth amid the cold confrontation. "Archer, she's scared," she added to his side, her tone both caring and commanding. Madeline's intervention forced a pause. Archer's gaze dropped, pained and conflicted. Charlotte's body trembled, caught between the agony of betrayal and the faint hope of understanding. In that fragile moment, the garden became a battleground for raw emotions. Archer's desperate need to atone, Charlotte's wounded pride, and Madeline's protective resolve. The intimacy of the confrontation was palpable as the trio stood there, encircled by the whispering night and the scent of wild roses, each silently pleading for some sort of resolution in the midst of heartbreak and regret. Segment 6. Breaking. Point and the confrontation. The cool night air seemed to pulse with every heartbeat as Charlotte stepped away from the rose bushes, determination etched into every line of her face. The garden was silent now, the only sound the soft rustle of leaves under a gentle breeze. In that intimate darkness, the raw weight of her emotions had reached its breaking point. With trembling resolve, she turned to face Archer, whose hesitant eyes reflected guilt and pain. "Archer, I need to know the truth," she demanded, her voice low but steady. "Why did you say what you said last night? Why did you treat me like I wasn't special?" Her words, edged with hurt and a desperate need for clarity, slice through the stillness. Archer took an uncertain step forward, his brow furrowed in anguish. "Charlotte, I never meant to make you feel less than you are," he stammered, his voice catching on each syllable. "I was angry, confused, and I let my own insecurities get the best of me." His eyes darted away momentarily, as if searching for an escape in the darkness. Charlotte's gaze remained unwavering. "No, Archer," she interrupted sharply. "You can't just hide behind excuses. I need to understand what happened. How did I suddenly become just another face in your crowd? When did our friendship become something so empty?" Her words trembled with both sorrow and indignation, echoing in the night air. A heavy silence fell between them, punctuated only by the distant hum of the city beyond the garden's perimeter. Archer swallowed hard, his throat working as he tried to piece together his shattered pride. "It wasn't about you, Charlotte," he said quietly, his voice barely audible. I was dealing with a lot. My dad, his expectations, the pressure of everything. I felt like I was drowning. And then, in my anger, I lashed out. I said things I shouldn't have. His confession wavered on the edge of admission, his fingers fidgeting with the hem of his shirt. Charlotte's eyes glistened, with unshed tears as she pressed on. "But Archer, every time you say I was angry, it sounds like you're just excusing yourself. I'm not just a problem to be swept aside when things get hard. I deserve more than being the scapegoat for your frustrations." Her tone was fierce, a mix of vulnerability and simmering rage. "I thought I meant something to you." Archer's face contorted with regret as he met her gaze once more. "You do, Charlotte. More than I ever realized," he whispered, the admission laced with raw remorse. "I was scared of not living up to who I should be, and in that fear, I pushed you away. I'm sorry for hurting you, I truly am." His voice cracked under the strain of his emotions, and for a moment, he looked like a man unmade by his own insecurities. Charlotte's silence was heavy, each breath laden with the weight of unspoken pain. Finally, she spoke, her voice soft, yet unwavering. "I need you to promise me something, Archer. No more excuses, no more using your anger as a shield. I need to know that, if we're going to move forward, you'll be honest about your feelings, about everything." In that charged moment, beneath the watchful eyes of the midnight garden, Archer nodded slowly. His expression was one of both sorrow and tentative hope, a fragile promise that perhaps, with truth, some healing could begin. Segment 7. Temporary. Resolution and lingering pain. Under the muted glow of the street lamp, the chaotic noise of the party faded into a distant murmur. Charlotte stood alone behind the tall hedges, her breath catching as the earlier confrontation with Archer echoed in the cool night air. The brief reconciliation they'd managed in the garden, a fragile ceasefire of whispered apologies and tentative promises, still clung to her like a fragile glass ornament. Though Archer's words had softened, his eyes betrayed the lingering storm of guilt and regret, and in Charlotte's heart, the residue of betrayal simmered quietly. She pulled her cardigan closer around her, as if to shield herself from both, the chill and the emotional aftermath. The weight of their encounter pressed heavily on her chest. Each exhalation reminded her of his gentle touch and the raw vulnerability in his voice. "I'm sorry," he had repeated, the sound echoing in the silence between them. For a brief moment, Charlotte had allowed herself to hope that his apology might bridge the gap between their pain. Yet even as she nodded in reluctant acceptance, a searing sting of confusion remained. Why did the words feel so hollow after such a powerful display of remorse? As she leaned against the rough bark of an old oak tree, Charlotte's thoughts swirled with contradictory emotions. Part of her longed for the comfort of his embrace, for the assurance that they could move past the hurt. But another, quieter, part of her, haunted by memories of broken promises and hurtful moments, whispered that this fragile resolution might be nothing more than a temporary patch over deeper wounds. The kiss they had shared earlier in the night, the desperate, raw need in his eyes, and now this soft apology. It was all too much to reconcile with the lingering pain that had already begun to root itself within her. Her eyes filled with unshed tears as she watched Archer retreat back into the darkened path leading to the party. In that moment, the reconciliation felt bittersweet, a small victory against the pain, yet a stark reminder of the distance still growing between them. Charlotte closed her eyes tightly and whispered to herself, "Maybe, just maybe, this is the beginning of healing, or the start of more heartache." The night pressed on, and as she turned away from the quiet garden, Charlotte carried with her the fragile promise of resolution and the heavy, inescapable ache of betrayal, uncertain whether time would mend the scars or only deepen them. Chapter 28. Archer's Morning and Tender Moments, POV. Segment 1, Saturday morning, desperate for Charlotte. The alarm blared in my ear, a harsh, insistent reminder that it was Saturday morning, and that every second away from Charlotte felt like a stolen heartbeat. I lay there, tangled in the sheets, my mind racing with images of her gentle smile and the warmth of her touch that haunted my every waking thought. It was early, far too early for most, but my determination to see her overcame the urge to succumb to sleep. Today, I had to see her. I had to feel that connection again, even if it meant battling the heavy shadows of guilt and longing that pressed against my chest. I forced myself to sit up, my heart hammering against my ribcage as I swung my legs over the edge of the bed. The cool morning light filtered through the curtains, casting soft beams across the room. But all I could think about was the void where Charlotte should be. My thoughts were a torrent, reminders of the raw emotions from the night before, the desperate kiss, the painful apology, and the lingering uncertainty that now gnawed at my soul. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see her eyes, wide and questioning, as if asking me to explain every mistake, every harsh word, and I couldn't. With a shaky breath, I pushed aside the remnants of sleep and bolted to the mirror. My reflection stared back at me, a man with haunted eyes and a face etched with regret. But beneath that, a fierce determination burned. Today, I wouldn't let my doubts or my father's harsh words chain me. Today, I would set out to reclaim the solace I craved, the tenderness that Charlotte's presence always brought. I threw on a worn t-shirt and grabbed my keys, my hands trembling as I opened the door. The cool air hit me like a slap, grounding me in the reality of the day. Outside, the city was just beginning to stir. The quiet hum of early traffic, the distant call of a street vendor, even the soft rustle of leaves in the morning breeze, all became the soundtrack of my restless departure. I slid into my truck, my mind a battleground of conflicting thoughts. I knew deep down that I had hurt her, that my own self-loathing and anger had pushed her away. But that realization only spurred me on. I needed to see her, to understand if there was any chance of mending what I'd broken. As I drove through the deserted streets, the rhythmic tapping of the tires on the asphalt provided a hypnotic backdrop to my internal turmoil. Each passing moment felt both endless and painfully brief. I thought of the kiss, the way her lips had softened my defenses, the warmth that had momentarily erased all my inner demons. Yet, that memory was now tainted with the bitterness of regret, a constant reminder of how my uncontrolled emotions had driven us apart. I wrestled with a storm of self-reproach as I navigated the winding roads. I can't let this be my legacy, I muttered under my breath, the words mixing with the sound of my own racing heartbeat. I recalled my father's brutal admonitions, his voice echoing in my ears, urging me to be a man, to control my temper, to be worthy of the love I so desperately sought. But every time I recalled his words, they only deepened the chasm of self-hatred within me. I was a mess, lost in a maze of desire, regret, and desperate hope. My thoughts kept circling back to Charlotte, her kindness, her unwavering spirit, her quiet strength that had always soothed me in my darkest moments. I remembered how, even after all the hurt and conflict, she had managed to offer me a fragile olive branch. That memory was the beacon that now guided me through the gloom. I told myself that I owed it to both of us to try, to face my mistakes, head on, and to seek the redemption that might lie in her forgiveness. The truck's headlights cut through the early fog as I pulled up near her dorm. My stomach churned with a mix of anticipation and dread. I hesitated for a long moment, staring at the modest building, wondering if I had the courage to confront the aftermath of my actions. But the yearning in my heart overrode the fear. I grabbed my bag, took a deep breath, and stepped out into the cool morning air, every step heavy with the weight of my misgivings and hope. As I approached the dorm, the quiet of the early morning was almost deafening, contrasting sharply with the roaring emotions inside me. I could almost feel Charlotte's presence in every shadow, every quiet corner of the campus. My hand trembled. As I reached for the door handle, the cold metal a stark reminder of the unresolved pain between us. Today was a new day, but I knew that the journey toward redemption would be anything but easy. I stepped inside, determined to find her and to try to bridge the chasm that had formed between us. My heart pounded with each step down the corridor, and with every echoing footstep, I reminded myself that this was my chance to make things right, to show her that despite everything, I was still desperate to hold on to her warmth. I wasn't sure what the day would bring, but I knew that I had to face the consequences of my actions, to try to atone for the hurt I had caused. Today, I would confront my demons, and perhaps, in the quiet honesty of the morning, I could begin to heal. Segment 2. Chaos at Home. Preparing for the day. The morning inside the dorm was a wild storm of half-awake teammates, scattered belongings, and the echo of laughter bouncing off stained walls. I rolled out of bed reluctantly, still feeling the ghost of last night's failures and heartache pulsing in every muscle. As I padded through the narrow corridor, I couldn't help but notice how the chaos around me perfectly mirrored the turmoil inside. The dorm was a battlefield, clothes thrown across chairs, empty fast food wrappers scattered about, and the distant, boisterous voices of my teammates already starting their day. I made my way into the common area, where a group of guys lounged, on battered couches, bleary-eyed but animated enough to jab each other as they recounted snippets of drunken escapades from the previous night. Their banter, though light-hearted, only heightened the pressure I felt. I paused for a moment at the doorway, my eyes scanning the mess. a glimpse of a broken mug, a tangle of headphones abandoned on a desk, and the overwhelming smell of stale beer mixed with coffee. It was as if the room itself was a testament to our collective lack of control, and I wondered if I, too, would ever find balance again. "Man, you look rough," Tyler slurred as he caught sight of me. His attempt at humor did little to alleviate the heaviness in my chest. I forced a smile, in return, nodding as I walked past him toward the small kitchenette. There, I grabbed a container of orange juice and a couple of granola bars, my hands trembling slightly as I tried to steady them. The chaotic morning provided a strange, jarring background to the inner storm I wrestled with, a desperate, urgent need to see Charlotte, even as every part of me recoiled from the mess of my own making. I settled at a worn-out table by the window, my eyes momentarily drifting to the campus beyond. The early light cast long, uncertain shadows across the room, and in that liminal space between sleep and full awareness, I let my thoughts wander. I could almost hear Charlotte's soft laughter, feel the warmth of her presence. That distant image was both a balm and a torment. The disarray of the room, clutter, disorganized chaos, seemed to echo the disorganized mess within me, a constant reminder that I was far from whole. Across the room, my teammates gathered around a laptop, rewatching game footage from last night. Their animated gestures and loud exclamations about plays and mistakes only made my own failures sting sharper. I watched quietly, each moment of their laughter a bittersweet counterpoint to the weight in my chest. I knew that despite my best efforts, I couldn't escape the reality of what had happened, nor could I silence the voice inside that told me I'd hurt someone I cared about deeply. As I sipped my juice, my gaze drifted toward a small mirror, hanging on the wall. I caught a glimpse of my own reflection, the dark circles under my eyes, the tension lining my jaw, and that haunted look I tried so hard to hide. I could see it now. The worry, the longing, the anticipation that I fought every day, and yet, amid the chaos of my surroundings, a spark of hope flickered within me. Today was a new day, an opportunity, however messy, to make things right. I knew I had to face the consequences of my actions, to prove to myself that I was more than the sum of my mistakes. I rose from the table, determination slowly overriding my exhaustion. With each step through the dorm's cluttered hallways, I felt the rising anticipation of the day ahead. I recalled the promise I had made to myself, to see Charlotte, to reconcile, to mend the rift that had opened between us. Every breath I took was laden with conflicting emotions, regret for my actions, guilt that I couldn't protect her from my demons, and a fierce desire to reclaim that lost connection. The house buzzed with life around me, yet in my mind, everything was silent except for the pounding of my heart. The chaos of the morning was a stark reminder of how unpredictable and uncontrollable life could be, and it left me clinging to a singular thought. Today, I had to face my pain head on. I gathered my scattered thoughts and steeled myself as I stepped out into the hallway, leaving behind the disordered remnants of last night. There was no time to dwell on the mess. I had a date with fate, and every moment brought me closer to the possibility of redemption. As I made my way toward the door, I couldn't shake the image of Charlotte's gentle eyes, the memory of her touch, and I silently vowed that I would do whatever it took to find her, to explain, and perhaps to start healing the wounds we both bore. Archer's heart pounded like a relentless drum as he stepped out into the chilly early morning. the weight of his thoughts and regrets bearing down on him. Every step toward Charlotte's dorm felt laden with nervous energy, as if the very air was thick with anticipation and dread. He paused at the edge of the building, the cool, dim light reflecting off the polished concrete, and took a deep, shuddering breath. His mind raced with conflicting thoughts, memories of their shared moments, the tender warmth of her laughter, and the bitter sting of last night's pain. As he neared the dorm's entrance, Archer's internal dialogue became a jumble of doubt and longing. What if she's not ready to see me? He wondered, his palms suddenly clammy against the fabric of his shirt. The building loomed ahead like a fortress guarding the sanctuary of her private world. A world he had once been so intimately familiar with, but now felt like a territory where every inch was charged with vulnerability. Every creak of the old door seemed to echo his trepidation. I'm about to cross a line that may never be uncrossed, he thought, biting his lower lip as he hesitated. Memories of the night before flooded him. Her soft touch, the way her eyes had shimmered with a mix of hope and hurt when their kiss ended, and the silent promise they both had made in that fleeting moment of connection. Yet those memories now felt distant, almost like fragments of a dream he couldn't fully grasp. His mind churned with self-recrimination. Am I too broken to deserve her? Do I have any right to step into her space again? After all this, each question gnawed at him as he slowly pushed open the door, the sound of it creaking in protest against the quiet of the early hour. Inside, the corridor was dimly lit, the muted hum of the building and the faint murmur of distant footsteps adding to his overwhelming sense of isolation. Archer's eyes darted nervously around, half expecting to see Charlotte's silhouette in the doorway, half fearing the silence that might greet him instead. Every step he took echoed his internal fear. I'm intruding. She's in her world now, and I'm the storm outside. His thoughts flitted between hope and regret. Maybe if I explain, if I show her I'm trying to be better, he mused, trying to steady his racing heart. But a lingering doubt whispered, what if she sees me as nothing more than a source of pain? The corridor seemed endless, each passing moment amplifying his anxious heartbeat. Finally, at the threshold of her dorm, Archer paused, his hand hovering over the door handle. The cool metal felt like a bridge between his remorseful past and an uncertain future. He closed his eyes for a fraction of a second, summoning every ounce of courage he had left, knowing that beyond that door lay Charlotte's world, and perhaps a chance at redemption. With one determined exhale, he grasped the handle firmly and stepped forward, ready to face whatever awaited him inside, his mind a maelstrom of emotion and a desperate need to make things right. Archer's heart hammered as he gently pushed open the door to Charlotte's room. The soft glow from the early morning filtered through the curtains, casting a warm golden hue across her sleeping form. He paused in the doorway, taking in the delicate sight of her curled beneath her comforter, a fragile, vulnerable image that both filled him with tenderness and a deep, aching regret. Every moment of last night seemed to shimmer in the quiet light of dawn, each tender memory mingling with the weight of their unresolved pain. Stepping forward, as if treading on sacred ground, Archer moved slowly toward her bed. His hands, still, rough from the night's inner turmoil, softened as they reached out to gently brush a stray curl from Charlotte's forehead. "Hey, sweetheart," he murmured softly, his voice barely louder than a whisper, as if he feared disturbing the fragile peace of her slumber. He leaned in, pressing a soft kiss onto her brow, careful and reverent, like the touch of a prayer. Charlotte stirred at his gentle intrusion, her eyes fluttering open to meet the warm concern in his gaze. For a moment, time slowed as their eyes locked, and the room filled with a quiet intimacy that was both familiar and new. The lingering scent of coffee, which Archer had brought along, mingled with the faint fragrance of her lavender shampoo. In that delicate interplay of aromas, there was a promise of comfort, a small hope that maybe, just maybe, they could begin to mend what had been shattered. "Good morning, Charlotte," Archer said, his tone filled with both apology and yearning. He reached over and carefully placed the cup of coffee on the bedside table, its gentle steam rising like a quiet testament to his effort to make things right. I'm sorry for everything," he continued, voice wavering with sincerity, as he sat on the edge of the bed, his fingertips lightly tracing patterns along the fabric of her blanket. For a long moment, they sat in a tender silence, the only sound being the soft hum of the morning outside and the gentle clink of the coffee cup on the wooden table. Charlotte's eyes, still heavy with sleep, slowly began to clear. "I missed you," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread of hope woven through the calm. Archer's heart tightened at her words, and a tender smile crept onto his face, softening the edges of his guilt. As Charlotte reached out to take the cup, their hands brushed lightly, a fleeting contact that sent a quiet shiver down both their spines. They talked in hushed tones, discussing the mundane details of the coming day, their conversation delicate and measured, as if each word was a small step toward rebuilding trust. Archer listened intently as Charlotte recounted her dreams from the night before, her voice tentative but warming with each passing moment. In her soft laughter and gentle reassurances, he found a tentative balm for his tortured soul. This intimate moment, bathed in the early morning light, was a fragile reconciliation, a quiet promise that even in the wake of heartache and regret, there was space for healing. Archer's soft gestures and the gentle warmth of their shared coffee forged a small sanctuary within Charlotte's room, where the past could be acknowledged and the future, however uncertain, felt just a little less daunting. The morning light crept softly into the room as Archer and Charlotte moved through their quiet routine, their movements synchronizing in a gentle dance of renewed intimacy. In the early hours, the world outside seemed hushed, as if holding its breath for the fragile moments unfolding inside. Archer lingered by the window, watching as Charlotte padded across the room in her slippers, her hair still damp from a hurried shower. The delicate steam from her towel-wrapped head mingled with the warmth of the morning sun, casting gentle shadows across her thoughtful face. In the kitchen, a modest breakfast was being prepared. The clatter of utensils and the soft sizzle from the skillet provided a soothing backdrop. Charlotte, now dressed in a simple, comfortable outfit, sat at the small breakfast table. Archer joined her, sliding into the seat beside her with deliberate care. Their knees brushed lightly, a small yet electric touch that sent a quiet thrill through them both. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, a rich, dark scent that anchored the moment in comforting familiarity. As they shared breakfast, the conversation was soft and understated. Archer reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind Charlotte's ear, his fingers lingering just a moment longer than necessary. "You look beautiful," he murmured, his voice low and sincere. Charlotte's cheeks warmed at the compliment, and she offered him a small, tentative smile. Each sip of coffee, each shared glance, seemed to build a quiet bridge between them, a silent affirmation of the connection they had rekindled after the tumult of recent days. While Charlotte refilled her cup, Archer carefully observed her as she methodically applied a light layer of makeup in the soft glow of the morning. Her reflection in the mirror revealed eyes that sparkled with a mix of determination and vulnerability. He admired the way her hands moved gracefully, almost as if she were performing a delicate ritual. There was an undercurrent of desire in his gaze, a longing not just for her physical presence, but for the emotional safety and authenticity that she radiated, even in the simplest moments. Their physical closeness was as tangible as the gentle brush of fingertips against porcelain and the soft clink of a spoon stirring sugar into coffee. Amid the mundane rituals of breakfast and grooming, a quiet passion simmered beneath the surface. The tenderness in Archer's touch, the shared silences, laden with meaning, all wove together into a tapestry of silent promises and unspoken understanding. As the morning progressed, the atmosphere in the small kitchen transformed from a routine to something more significant, a time when every small gesture carried the weight of forgiveness and hope. Charlotte's heart swelled with conflicting emotions, a longing for connection, a deep appreciation for the gentle care Archer showed, and an underlying tension born from past hurts. Yet, in that moment, with the soft light of dawn and the intimate details of a shared breakfast, the world felt a little more bearable, and the promise of healing lingered, like the aftertaste of sweet coffee. Archer's grip tightened around Charlotte as they sat together on the worn leather couch in the quiet corner of the dorm's common room. The early morning light filtered softly through the blinds, painting his face with muted hues of gold and shadow. In that small, intimate space, every heartbeat thudded loudly in his ears, mingling with the steady rhythm of his breathing. As he held her close, he felt both the warmth of her presence and the cold weight of his own conflicting emotions. He could still feel the subtle tremor in her as she nestled against him, her breath gentle against his skin. In these quiet moments, Archer's mind became a battleground, between the overwhelming need to keep her close and the realization that his possessiveness, however tender it might seem, was fueled by a deep-rooted fear of loss and inadequacy. He thought about how every time he wrapped his arm around her, it wasn't just an act of care, but also a desperate attempt to claim a piece of the life he wished he could secure, even if only temporarily. His thoughts spiraled as he remembered the kiss they had shared, a kiss that had shifted something inside him, igniting a burning desire that was as intoxicating as it was terrifying. The memory of her soft skin, the way her pulse had seemed to sync with his, still haunted him. Yet, with every caress, every lingering touch, Archer felt a pang of guilt. Was his need for her a sign of true affection, or was it merely a selfish desire born from his own insecurities? The thought made his chest tighten. He recalled the moments when he had hesitated, questioning whether his actions were fair to her. Deep inside, Archer knew that the bond they shared was precious, a connection that had grown from years of friendship. But now, in the tender quiet of that morning, the lines between friendship and something more had blurred, and he wasn't sure if he could let go of his need to protect, possess, and adore her. It was as if every fiber of his being craved the closeness, yet simultaneously rebelled against the idea of losing her freedom. The sensation of her head resting on his shoulder, her fingers softly curling around his arm, stirred memories of better, simpler times. He longed to recapture that pure, uncomplicated joy, but his mind was clouded with doubts. Archer's heart ached with the knowledge that his own flaws, the harsh words from his father, the scars of past failures, had shaped him into someone who sometimes acted out of control. In that quiet space, he silently promised himself to do better, to be more than just a man driven by possessiveness and regret. For a long moment, as the soft hum of the morning settled around them, Archer allowed himself to simply exist in this bittersweet present. In the tender intimacy of their closeness, he found both comfort and torment, a vivid reminder that his love for her was as beautiful as it was burdened by his own self-doubt. And as he held her even tighter, he silently vowed to learn to navigate these tumultuous emotions, hoping that one day their connection could be free from the shadows of his past. Archer slowly eased his grip as the early morning light filtered softly through the dorm's window, bathing the room in a gentle glow. The night's chaos had finally settled into a fragile calm. Sitting side by side on the edge of the bed, he and Charlotte shared a quiet moment, a pause from the turbulence of recent events, where only the quiet rhythm of their breathing filled the space. In that delicate silence, Archer reached out and lightly brushed a stray curl from Charlotte's forehead. Her eyes, still heavy with sleep, yet glistening with a hopeful warmth, met his. There was no need for words. Their shared gaze conveyed a promise of understanding and forgiveness. For a long moment, the unspoken connection between them felt almost tangible, as if it were a fragile seedling sprouting in the midst of their bruised hearts. He could feel her heartbeat beneath his fingertips, a soft, steady cadence that reminded him there was still something pure between them, something worth salvaging. Even though the past was marred with mistakes and harsh words, this quiet morning offered a glimpse of new beginnings. Archer's mind churned with the possibility of change, a promise that, despite his own turmoil and self-doubt, he could learn to be better for both of them. Charlotte shifted slightly, nestling closer, her head resting gently against his shoulder as if seeking refuge. The simple act of being together, in the soft embrace of dawn, carried the weight of unspoken apologies and tentative hope. She murmured, softly, "Maybe we can start over," a whisper almost lost in the quiet that enveloped them. Archer nodded, swallowing hard against the lump in his throat. The warmth of her voice and the closeness of her touch sent a soothing current through him, momentarily easing the scars of yesterday. In that tender space, the room seemed to exhale, a collective sigh, a breath of renewal. Archer's heart, heavy with regret, but stirred by the promise of redemption, promised to protect this fragile bond. He knew healing wouldn't come easily, and that the road ahead might be fraught with missteps. Yet, in that gentle morning light, a small part of him dared to believe that their connection could evolve into something more resilient, a future built on compassion, mutual respect, and the unspoken vow of always finding their way back to one another. As the sun climbed higher, Archer and Charlotte remained in that calm cocoon, their shared silence a tender testament to the hope of new beginnings. Charlotte's world had become a blur of deadlines and restless nights. As the days edged closer to Christmas break, the once vibrant campus now felt like a labyrinth of endless exams, piles of research papers, and the constant tick of a clock that seemed determined to speed by without mercy. Every morning, as she rolled out of bed, the first thought that greeted her was the mountain of assignments awaiting her in the silence of her dorm room. The rush of the season had left little room for the simple pleasures of autumn, only a relentless drive to finish what needed to be done. In the early light of a chilly December morning, Charlotte sat at her desk, the soft hum of her laptop the only sound in her cramped space. Her fingers flew over the keyboard, her eyes darting between textbooks and notes, trying to piece together the fragments of complex theories and historical events. The pages of her research paper were filled with scribbled notes, each one a reminder of deadlines looming large. The pressure was immense, and as she stared blankly at her screen, the weight of impending exams pressed down on her like a heavy winter coat. She could almost feel time slipping away. The calendar on her wall, once a source of comfort and structure, now mocked her with its relentless progression. Each date circled in red ink seemed to signify another opportunity lost, another night sacrificed to studying, another promise of celebration deferred. It wasn't just the academic workload that overwhelmed her. It was the crushing realization that in the rush of exams and papers, the magic of the holiday season was fading into a distant memory. Her dorm room, usually a sanctuary for quiet reflection, had transformed into a war zone of scattered textbooks, half-empty coffee cups, and crumpled pages filled with frantic handwriting. The smell of stale coffee mixed with the faint scent of pine from a forgotten decoration on her shelf, a small, bittersweet reminder of holidays past. Charlotte found herself staring at these remnants, wondering when life had become so relentlessly demanding. The excitement of Christmas, the promise of reunion, and the warmth of family seemed to drift further away with every sleepless night. During one such late evening, as the winter wind howled outside and the campus was cloaked in a deep, cold silence, Charlotte paused to reflect. She closed her eyes and let her mind wander back to simpler times, memories of laughter in the common room, spontaneous trips to the mall, and the joyful chaos of holiday parties that once lit up her life. But now, all she could see were the endless lines of text and formulas that blurred into each other under the relentless pressure of exams. The beauty of the season was buried beneath a relentless avalanche of academic responsibilities. Her internal monologue was a mix of determination and despair. "I need to finish these papers, pass these exams," she reminded herself over and over. Yet, there was an undercurrent of regret, an aching feeling that every moment spent buried in books was another moment of life slipping away. The paradox was painful. In striving to secure her future, she felt her present life with its fleeting joys being sacrificed. Even as she meticulously organized her notes and crafted elaborate outlines for her assignments, Charlotte couldn't shake the feeling of being a mere spectator in her own life. Her mind wandered to the small, warm moments that had once defined her world, the gentle embrace of family, the soft laughter shared with friends, and the tender moments with Archer that had stirred something deep within her. But those moments now felt like distant echoes against the backdrop of her current reality, a reality dominated by academic rigor and the constant race against time. A break in the monotony came in the form of a brief phone call from her mom. The familiar voice, soothing yet laden with concern, reminded her to eat something and take a moment for herself. "Lottie, darling, remember to breathe," her mother said gently, the words wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. For a moment, Charlotte closed her eyes and let the warmth of her mother's voice seep in, a stark contrast to the cold, sterile world of textbooks and deadlines. It was a brief interlude of tenderness that momentarily lifted the oppressive weight from her shoulders. Yet, as soon as the call ended, the relentless tick of the clock resumed its ceaseless march, and Charlotte returned to her studies with renewed determination. The promise of Christmas break dangled ahead, a beacon of hope in the darkness of her hectic schedule. It was a promise of rest, of reconnection with family, and perhaps even a chance to rediscover the parts of herself that had been lost in the academic grind. But for now she had to endure this phase, to push through the blur of exams and papers, and to hold on to the hope that eventually she would reclaim the joy and wonder that the season promised. In that moment, as the night deepened and her eyes grew heavy from hours of relentless work, Charlotte made a silent vow. Despite the chaos of her current life, she would find a way to balance her responsibilities with the hope of new beginnings. With each click of the keyboard, with each scribbled note, she was not just working toward academic success, but also, unknowingly, toward a future where the pain of the present could give way to moments of profound joy and lasting connection. Charlotte's day at the stadium unfolded with a chill that went far beyond the early winter air. Even though the stadium thrummed with the energy of Archer's team reuniting after a long break, the excitement in the air only deepened the void she felt inside. Surrounded by the roar of fans and the electric hum of anticipation, Charlotte's eyes drifted through the crowd, searching not for the glory of the game, but for a sign of the Archer she once knew. Yet, as she moved among the cheering students, each fleeting glance in his direction confirmed a growing distance between them, a gap filled with silent words and unsaid apologies. At first glance, the reunion of Archer's team was a celebration, a vibrant moment of unity after long, grueling training sessions. The players laughed, exchanged hearty slaps on the back, and shared inside jokes as if nothing had changed. But for Charlotte, every smile and gesture now carried a muted undertone. She watched as Archer, usually the centerpiece of every gathering, mingled casually with his teammates. His interactions, though polite, were minimal when it came to her. There was a deliberate restraint in his eyes, an effort to maintain a professional distance that left her wondering if the intimacy they once shared had become nothing more than a bittersweet memory. The team's locker room buzzed with camaraderie and the sounds of shared victories. Charlotte was invited to watch a brief post-game celebration, a quick reunion where the focus was on tactics and touchdowns rather than personal connections. In the cramped space filled with the scent of sweat and disinfectant, she found herself a silent observer. The conversations were light, filled with playful banter. But every time her eyes met Archer's across the room, there was an echo of what once was. His nods and half-smiles were polite yet distant, as if he was deliberately holding back, guarding something that he no longer wished to share. Charlotte tried to muster a smile when a teammate clapped her on the shoulder and greeted her warmly. "Hey, Charlotte, glad you could make it." But behind her smile, her heart felt heavy. She couldn't shake the feeling that every interaction was measured, every touch brief and clinical. It was as if Archer had compartmentalized their connection. The warmth they once reveled in reduced to fleeting moments of professional courtesy. When a group of players gathered near the field for a quick strategy discussion, Charlotte lingered at the periphery. She listened intently as plans were made, her thoughts wandering to the many afternoons when Archer had been her anchor in this storm of college life. Now his focus seemed solely on the game, his eyes never lingering on her in the same tender way they once had. The void was palpable, a silence that screamed louder than any cheer. She recalled the days when their laughter mingled freely, when the touch of his hand was a promise of understanding. Now, each measured glance, each cautious smile, only underscored the growing chasm between them. Even during halftime, when the crowd's energy surged, Charlotte felt isolated in the middle of the storm. She tried to catch Archer's eye in the flurry of team huddles and exchanges of tactical advice. But his gaze was locked on his teammates, his expression unreadable. The brief moments when their eyes met were heavy with unspoken words and regret. It was as if the Archer she knew had been replaced by a version of him that was distant, lost in the game and his own inner struggles. As the team returned to the field, the physical reunion with his teammates felt like a rebirth for Archer, a reconnection with a world Charlotte no longer belonged to. The passionate shouts, the exuberant high fives, and the rhythmic chants from the stands contrasted sharply with the numb, hollow feelings in her chest. Every cheer that erupted around her was a reminder of how far apart their worlds had drifted. In the midst of the celebration, she felt a profound loneliness, a disconnect that even the cheers couldn't bridge. Later, as the final whistle blew, and the team celebrated a narrow victory, Charlotte made her way out of the buzzing locker room. The laughter and the spirited camaraderie that once brought her joy now echoed like distant memories. She realized that while Archer's world was alive with the fervor of victory and shared purpose, she was left with a bittersweet silence, a quiet that filled the spaces between the noise of the game. In that moment, as she stepped out into the crisp evening air, Charlotte's thoughts were a whirlwind of regret, longing, and resignation. She wondered if the Archer she once knew was lost forever to the demands of his role, if the bond they had cherished was now just a shadow among the vibrant life of his team. With each step away from the field, she felt the weight of that distance settle over her, a reminder of the emotional void that now defined their interactions. Charlotte's heart ached with the realization that the intimate connection they once shared had been replaced by polite nods and fleeting glances. The cheers of the crowd, the boisterous energy of his teammates, and the bright lights of the stadium all served as a stark contrast to the dark silence of her internal world. And as she walked away that night, her mind whispered a painful truth. Sometimes, in the pursuit of victory and belonging, one loses the very essence of what makes a connection meaningful. Charlotte gripped the steering wheel tightly as she drove down the dark, winding road toward home. Outside, the night was quiet, and the stars glimmered like distant promises. But inside, her heart was a storm of hope and anxiety. Each mile that passed intensified her inner conflict. She longed for the familiar comfort of her family, yet the memory of Archer's lingering presence shadowed her thoughts. Her mind drifted between images of warm embraces in her childhood, home, and the cold, uncertain distance that had grown between her and Archer. The soft hum of the engine and the rhythmic flicker of passing streetlights became the soundtrack to her internal dialogue. What if coming home means facing the truth about everything? She wondered, her pulse quickening as she recalled the bittersweet moments of the past few days. Charlotte's thoughts were a tangled web of nostalgia and fear. On one hand, she yearned for the unconditional love and acceptance that her family always offered. The thought of her mother's gentle smile and the familiar scent of home-cooked meals stirred a deep, comforting hope within her. On the other hand, the recollection of Archer's ambiguous gestures and his hurtful words kept her awake at night. His presence, so intense, yet so conflicted, had left a mark on her heart, and the idea of reconnecting with him, of facing the uncertainty in their relationship, filled her with trepidation. As she navigated the quiet roads, the darkness outside seemed to echo her inner solitude. The glowing dashboard lights provided a small circle of clarity amid the shadows, mirroring the way she clung to fragments of her past for reassurance. "I want to go home," she whispered to herself. "But what if I find that nothing is the same?" Her voice was soft, almost drowned out by the engine's purr, yet it resonated with a raw vulnerability. Memories of family gatherings flooded her mind. Laughter echoing in a sunlit kitchen, heartfelt conversations that mended broken spirits, and the unspoken understanding that no matter how far she strayed, home would always be a sanctuary. These comforting recollections were juxtaposed with the haunting image of Archer's cold eyes the morning after their kiss, a stark reminder of the emotional chasm that now separated them. Every turn of the road brought a new surge of conflicted emotions. Part of her felt an unyielding desire to mend the fractured connection with Archer, to let him know that despite the hurt, she still craved his presence. Yet, another part of her recoiled at the thought of exposing her heart once more, fearing the possibility of further rejection. This internal tug-of-war left her both yearning and guarded, each mile deepening her introspection. As the outline of her hometown began to emerge in the distance, Charlotte's grip on the wheel relaxed just slightly. A tentative hope stirred within her. A hope that, despite the chaos of her feelings, she might find a way to reconcile the pain and the promise of new beginnings. With the lights of home growing brighter ahead, she took a deep breath, determined to face whatever awaited her. The journey was far from over, but in that quiet, solitary drive, Charlotte realized that healing sometimes begins on the open road, with every mile offering a chance to rediscover who she truly was. Charlotte stepped into the cool, bustling expanse of the mall, her hand tightly clasped by her mother's. The air was filled with the hum of conversation, the soft strains of background music, and the scent of fresh pretzels mingling with new leather, a sensory reminder that life, like the season, was ever-changing. Today's errand was more than a simple shopping trip. It was a rite of passage, a subtle acknowledgement that she was growing up and needed to redefine herself. As they walked through the bright corridors lined with storefronts, Charlotte's eyes flickered over the displays of dresses, each garment whispering possibilities of a more mature identity. She paused at a boutique window, drawn to a slinky, forest green dress that hung elegantly on a mannequin. Its delicate lace detailing and modest cut spoke of sophistication, a stark contrast to the frilly, childish outfits of her past. Her mother, noticing the soft gaze in her eyes, gently squeezed her hand. "You look ready for this new chapter, sweetheart," she murmured with quiet pride. Inside the boutique, Charlotte wandered through racks of dresses, her fingers grazing the fabrics as if searching for a connection. Every soft material under her touch seemed to tell a story of a girl who once clung to familiar, safe things and was now daring to explore the unknown. Her mind wandered, recalling the warm glow of family dinners and the tender moments shared with her mother when she was little. But there was also an unspoken tension, a subtle, persistent echo of Archer's presence. Every dress she considered carried with it memories of whispered conversations, lingering looks, and moments that had left her heart both aching and hopeful. Her mother's voice broke through her reverie. "Try this one on," she suggested, handing Charlotte a deep blue dress with hints of shimmer. As Charlotte stepped into the fitting room, she caught her reflection in the mirror. In that brief moment, she saw not just a girl, but a young woman, on the cusp of something new, a self-discovery that was as much about reclaiming her identity as it was about embracing change. The dress hugged her curves in all the right places, and she felt an unfamiliar thrill of confidence. Yet, in the back of her mind, the memory of Archer's lingering touch and the bittersweet taste of his kiss danced like a secret refrain, reminding her that love and pain were often intertwined. After a long moment of contemplation, Charlotte emerged from the fitting room, her eyes shining with a mixture of uncertainty and resolve. Her mother's approving smile and gentle nod filled her with warmth. "You look absolutely beautiful, Lottie," her mother said softly. In that quiet affirmation, Charlotte recognized that growing up meant accepting both the light and shadows of her past. Her love for Archer, with all its complex hues, was just one part of her evolving story. As they continued to browse, the mall became a stage for her self-discovery, a place where every dress, every mirror reflection, and every word of encouragement helped weave a tapestry of the person she was becoming. With each step, Charlotte felt a renewed sense of determination to embrace her future even if it meant leaving behind pieces of who she once was. The dining room was bathed in the soft glow of candlelight and the gentle hum of festive conversation as Charlotte sat at the long, polished table with her family. Every detail of the scene was meticulously familiar: warm laughter, the clink of silverware, and the savory aroma of her mother's carefully prepared turkey soup mingled with seasonal spices. Yet, amid the comforting traditions, an undercurrent of unresolved emotion stirred quietly, echoing like a distant, haunting melody. Across from her, her family gathered around with radiant smiles that belied the complexity beneath. Her father, a pillar of quiet strength, offered a reassuring nod as he passed the gravy boat, while her mother's tender eyes sparkled with pride as she watched Charlotte engage in light-hearted banter with her siblings. It was a scene designed for joy and connection, a reminder of the cherished rituals that had always anchored her during the tumult of youth. Yet, as Charlotte glanced around the table, her heart felt simultaneously heavy and hopeful. The familiar warmth did little to erase the memories of past hurts, a reminder of the lingering pain left behind by Archer's conflicted presence in her life. In one corner of the room, an old family portrait, featuring smiling faces from both sides, the Averys and the Johnsons, served as an unspoken testament to a union that was both celebrated and scrutinized. Charlotte's eyes lingered on the image of Archer's family, noticing how their laughter and closeness contrasted with the cold reserve that sometimes shadowed his gaze when he was near. The picture stirred a delicate ache within her, a bittersweet mix of longing for acceptance and fear of repeating past mistakes. As the courses of the dinner were served, conversation ebbed and flowed with gentle teasing and nostalgic stories about past holiday mishaps. Her younger brother's animated retelling of a childhood escapade drew genuine laughter from the table, momentarily easing Charlotte's inner tension. Yet, when a comment about old traditions was made, a ripple of silence followed, and Charlotte's mind wandered back to the nights when Archer's unpredictable behavior had left her feeling isolated, questioning whether the love that once promised warmth now bore the sting of betrayal. Between bites of roasted turkey and sips of cranberry sauce, Charlotte's internal dialogue was a quiet battle, a yearning to cling to the comforting familiarity of family rituals, while simultaneously bracing herself against the fragile scars of past disappointments. She felt the tender reassurance in her mother's gentle touch on her hand, as if to say, "We're here for you, no matter what." Her father's quiet, solemn eyes met hers across the table, communicating without words that time and tradition had a way of healing even the deepest wounds. In that moment, as the soft strains of holiday music mingled with the muted clamor of family chatter, Charlotte allowed herself a small, bittersweet smile. The family dinner was not just a celebration of the season. It was an intricate tapestry of joy and sorrow, love and regret, and as she sat there, enveloped in the warmth of her family, she silently vowed to seek healing, hoping that someday the lingering echoes of past hurts might finally give way to the promise of new beginnings. Charlotte sat on the edge of her bed, the soft hum of the evening filling the quiet room as she tried to settle her thoughts. The day's events, the family dinner, the lingering holiday traditions, and all the memories they invoked, had left her both comforted and pained. Her mind, a tangled web of hope and heartache, was only just beginning to unwind when her phone buzzed with an unfamiliar urgency. Her heart skipped a beat as she glanced at the screen. The message was brief and enigmatic. "Look out your window." For a moment, Charlotte froze, her breath catching as a flicker of anticipation stirred deep within her. Was it real? Could it really be him? With trembling fingers, she rose from the bed and padded over to the window, her thoughts racing. The text itself held so much promise, a spark of hope in an otherwise dark, uncertain landscape of feelings. As she pulled aside the curtain, the winter night stretched out before her in a tapestry of soft shadows and the distant glimmer of streetlights. And there, illuminated by the gentle glow of a street lamp, stood Archer. He was leaning casually against a lamppost, his silhouette a blend of defiance and vulnerability. The crisp air around him seemed to animate every line of his face. Even in the dim light, she could see the warmth in his eyes, the slight crinkle at the corners that hinted at a smile. For a fleeting moment, time slowed down. Charlotte felt as if every heartbeat resonated in the quiet, each pulse echoing the intensity of the emotions that warred within her. A wave of conflicting feelings crashed over her. Part of her was overcome with relief, a small, secret hope that perhaps this was a sign that things were not entirely lost between them. Archer's unexpected presence outside her window, conveyed, in that simple text, stirred something deep inside her, a desire for reconciliation, for a chance to rewrite the painful chapters of their past. Yet, intertwined with that hope, was a current of lingering hurt and doubt. Memories of harsh words, of moments when his touch had felt possessive and cold, surged through her mind, mingling with the promise of his return. The night air, cool against her flushed skin, seemed to mirror the duality of her heart. As she peered out again, she noticed the way the light caught on his hair, softening his features, and for a brief moment, the hurt that had plagued her began to ease. There was a tenderness in his gaze that she hadn't seen in so long. A silent plea, a vulnerability that made her wonder if perhaps he too was fighting his inner demons. Charlotte's eyes filled with tears, not solely of sorrow, but of cautious hope. That single message, that unadorned command to look outside, had shattered the monotony of her guarded solitude. It reminded her that even in the midst of heartache, there could be moments of unexpected beauty, moments that sparked a longing for a future where healing might begin. In that fragile instant, with the winter night as her silent witness, Charlotte allowed herself to believe that perhaps, just perhaps, this was the turning point. The pain and betrayal of the past might never fully disappear, but as she watched Archer stand there, a symbol of the complicated love they shared, she felt a renewed determination to face whatever came next, one cautious step at a time. The magic of the holiday season seemed to seep into every crack of Charlotte's heart that night, softening even the jagged edges of past hurt. Standing by the frost-kissed window, she watched as gentle snowfall danced in the glow of street lamps, a quiet ballet of shimmering hope. The festive lights strung along the eaves of the old house twinkled like scattered stars, each one whispering promises of new beginnings. In that reflective silence, the memories of a bittersweet Christmas past mingled with the tantalizing possibility of a future that might be rewritten. Charlotte's thoughts drifted back to the tender moments shared with Archer over the past weeks. A stolen glance in the crowd, the delicate brush of his hand that hinted at both protection and possessiveness, and the unexpected warmth of his text that had summoned him to her window. Every recollection was a brushstroke, painting a picture of a relationship that was as complex as it was captivating. Despite the uncertainty and lingering pain, a fragile seed of hope took root within her. Perhaps this holiday, with its enchanted air and promise of renewal, was not just an end, but the beginning of a transformation. She wondered, with a cautious yet determined spirit, if the bitterness of yesterday could give way to a gentler future. The thought of embracing change, of learning to trust the unpredictable rhythm of love, filled her with a quiet resolve. The holiday's magic was not merely a fleeting charm. It was an invitation to shed old regrets and to step into the light of a fresh start. In that moment, Charlotte allowed herself to dream of mending the delicate bond with Archer, of slowly, hesitantly, and maybe even clumsily rediscovering a love that was both tender and true. As the soft hum of a familiar Christmas carol drifted through the air, she pressed her palm against the cool window pane and whispered to herself, "I'm ready for change." It was a promise, a vow to embrace the uncertainty of tomorrow with an open heart and to nurture the fragile hope that had blossomed within her. Tonight, amidst the lingering glow of holiday lights and the quiet murmur of winter, Charlotte felt that maybe, just maybe, the future held the possibility of healing, of a love that could transform even the deepest scars into something beautiful.
Deck the halls with boughs of holly. Fa la 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly. Fa la 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 la. Don we now our gay apparel. Fa la 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 la